Don't keep it here. Fix now.
Not here.
Now, like this.
Ready? Start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here on a Friday afternoon. Thank you for joining us in Translation Utsav, the celebration of this year's International Translation Day. Quote, machine translation will replace those humans who translate like machine. No, AI will translate those translators which human society considers replaceable. With this, I would like to introduce you to the theme of this year's Translation Day's theme, which is Translation Shaping a Future You Can Trust. I would like to invite our Dean, Chair of the session, Professor Solva Salve, to the dais. And it is my privilege to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor our Honorable Vice Chancellor in charge onto the dais, and our Head of the Department, Professor Patrick, as well as our esteemed faculty, K. Kopila. Over to you, sir.
Warm good afternoon to everyone. It's my privilege to welcome all of you on this occasion. Every year we organize International Translation Day. It falls on September 30th, but for various reasons we had to postpone it and then organize it on today, October 10th. And as you know, this year theme was about trust and future, and also the peace. This was the theme of the International Translation Day this year. So we thought we will organize a series of events around this. So we started with a panel discussion. So there will be 5 scholars who will be talking about the future of translation forging a trustworthy Indian future. So how do we look at Indian future in terms of translation? India has been a challenge to several theoreticians, linguists. The number of languages that we have and number of variations within those languages that we have and the kind of transactions we have across languages within India and outside India too is mind-boggling. So in that sense, looking at the future of India through the lens of translation, and especially uh, keeping in mind two key concepts, trust and peace, which is very essential in today's polarized world. Uh, we thought we'll have scholars to deliberate on that. So we have uh, Professor Ishita Chandra, who is also a well-known scholar, translator. We have Professor Alladi Uma, Professor Sridhar. Both of them are in the field of translation from the time maybe I was born, because I know them as translators even when I was a student. So in that sense, they're well entrenched in this field and they gain a lot of experience over the decades. And it will be interesting to look at this issue from their experiential point of view. And apart from that, we also have our colleague Uma, who is also translating from French into English, and she has done a translation recently, which is yet to be published of a colonial document how a traveler who came from France looked at India in the 18th century. So in that sense, it's quite interesting to look at it from that perspective too. We have Daniel Reyes. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing his name properly. He is also a well-known translator and a scholar of classical Telugu. That is another interesting aspect. We all know about the modern languages, but somebody who deals with the classical language, the pre-modern text and the language, will also speak about the future of India in terms of the translation. That would be, we thought, interesting. So we have put together this panel discussion, and then followed by an interesting event. A well-known Telugu writer, who is a poet in Telugu, now has been translated into English and published, and we'll have a kind of informal launch of the book as well as the discussion around that book. Both the author Mukund Ramrao and then the translators Professor Alladi Uma and Professor Sridhar are here. So we'll have interaction with them about the entire process as part of this celebrating the translation and translators. That is the entire goal of this event, and then followed by but not the least, our students. Our students have done translation of a single poem in English, King Bruce and the Spider, into several languages, and 15 languages, if I quoted it right, both Indian as well as foreign languages, and some of them have also adapted that into different media, into music and other things. So we'll have a performance of these 15 or so translations after the discussion on the book. So you will have a good entertainment as well as food for thought in the next 3 to 4 hours. And after giving a brief introduction to the entire program, now I would like to come back to the original purpose for which I am here, to welcome the chief guest of this particular session. And our Dean, Professor Sonba Salve, is here. He is going to chair the session. He has been a pillar of support to all our programs. Whenever we had any program in the department, he always encouraged and personally being present here to support us. So we thank you very much, sir, and we welcome you. And this entire event, a series of events, is going to be inaugurated by our Vice Chancellor, and Nagaraju was also instrumental in having this program, and we had a discussion with him. He wholeheartedly agreed to be here all through this session. He wanted to be not only present for the inaugural session, but also wanted to be all through the 3 sessions. But unfortunate because of his personal loss, he couldn't be here, and we thank him in his absence. But in order to fill his shoes, we have Professor Padmini Shankar, our in charge Vice Chancellor, and she has been also supportive. We had just approached her in the morning, requesting her to fill in the shoes of the Professor Nagaraju. She readily agreed to our request. Thank you, madam, for supporting us in a short notice. And so with these words, I welcome Professor Padmini Nagaraju, Sumba Salve, and all the scholars, translators, writers, and budding translators who are sitting here, and all of you here again. And also I thank the organizing committee headed by our colleague Kokila and our research scholars who have done a tremendous work. I also couldn't be part of this organizing yesterday because of another personal loss. So, if there are any shortcomings of the program, it is solely due to my incapacity to be part of the organizing in the last previous day. So, forgive me for that. And again, I welcome all of you to this series of events today. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Takeshwar, for such a warm welcome address to all of us. Now I request our Vice Chancellor in charge to inaugurate the session. I would ask the preference, ma'am, would you like to sit there or come here on the podium?
I'm a classroom teacher basically, so I have to stand and talk.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you. Professor Tarakeshwar, Professor Sonba Salve, Dr. Kokila, and all of you. A warm welcome, a very good afternoon. We are all gathered here to celebrate the Translation Utsav. You're all aware of that anyways. It gives me great pleasure to stand in for our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nagaraju Garu, who couldn't be here for personal reasons. It is my pleasure and privilege to inaugurate this event that honors one of the most creative and vital acts in human communication, which is translation. Translation is much more than the movement of words across languages. It is an act of interpretation, empathy, and cultural negotiation that enables dialogue among peoples and nations. It allows us to access the world's many literatures, to share knowledge, and to appreciate difference without division. UNESCO has also consistently emphasized the role of translation in fostering global understanding, linguistic diversity, and peace. It reminds us that every act of translation is also an act of trust, the basic theme that Professor Tarakeshwar actually mentioned, how we seem to think in sync. It's an act of trust, an affirmation that meaning can travel, transform, and still connect all of us. In our increasingly multilingual and interdependent world, translation is not a peripheral activity, but a central cultural force that shapes education, diplomacy, and social harmony. At EFLU, where languages, literatures, and cultures converge, such occasions as this reaffirm our commitment to multilingualism, creativity, and critical inquiry. They teach us to listen with empathy, to to think across boundaries and to celebrate plurality as strength. I congratulate the organizers for curating this rich and thoughtful program, and I wish all participants a stimulating and memorable Utsav. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inaugurating our session with such zeal. Now I request Professor Sonba Salve to share a few words with us. As remark of the chair.
Good afternoon, distinguished in-charge Vice Chancellor Professor Padmini Shankar, Head of the Department of Translation Studies Professor Dakeshwar, Dr. Kokila, lovers of translators, interpreters, language professionals, my colleagues, research students, and postgraduate students of the department. The United Nations General Assembly officially declared 30th September as International Translation Day to acknowledge and honor the role of translators, interpreters, and the language professionals. Saint Jerome is widely recognized as the father of translation. Translators, interpreters, and language professionals facilitate communication between nations and cultures, thereby promoting understanding and peace and global development. The purpose of translation is to bridge communication gaps between different languages and different cultures. Translation allows people to understand each other's ideas and access information across linguistic barriers and foster international relations in the globalized world. International Translation Day recognizes the essential work of translators, interpreters, and language professionals in bridging the linguistic and cultural differences. So, I take this opportunity to wish you Happy International Day. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sonba Salve, for your remark. Now I invite Professor K. Kokila to share her vote of thanks to all our guests.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nagaraju, who is not could not be here today, for his support and initiating this program. Unfortunately, he is the one who initiated this program, but unfortunately, he is not here. But in his absence, I would like to thank him. And but anyways, I would like, I'm very much thankful to Professor Padmini Shankar for accepting, for obliging us to be here for the inaugural and for the program as well. And I also thank Professor Sonba Salve, our Dean, School of Literary Studies, and of course our director. I would call him as our director, not as the head. Director in the sense, director of the event, right? Okay, of course, the head of our department for chalking out and taking care of everything. And of course, I'm very much thankful to all the professors, the panel, Professor Laduma, Professor Cesar, Professor Anand Mahanand and Professor Uma, all the panel professors, analysts, and of course, I also thank Professor Ramarao and Dr. Ramarao and all the professors here and my colleagues are here from Italian department area, and of course, how can I forget Professor Vigors and Sanjay and Professor Aparna, okay. Asma, Sandal, Satyajit, and everyone, all of you, Monica, right? And I am unable to see, or if I'm forgetting any names, please forgive me. And also, I thank all the research scholars who are here, and also the students, MA students and BA students from all, and I see some other. Maybe non-teaching and people also who are interested in translations attending the program. I thank everyone and also thank the technical support given by the department, and for the the PRO and all. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kokila, and I thank the chair, the guest, and our head of the department. And now we are ready to begin with our second session, and for that I invite our research scholar Ajay Verma to initiate the second session. Anandu, please. Ajay,
Do you mind if I say also?
sure.
Yeah, please, we would like to.
Ajay.
Hello everyone. We are quickly beginning the panel discussion. The title of the panel discussion is titled "Translation: Forging a Trustworthy Indian Future." This title is based on the theme that we are following to. That's the theme we are having to celebrate this International Translation Day. I quickly invite our panelists on the dais. Professor Alladi Uma. Professor Alladi Uma taught and supervised research in the areas of American, African, American, and Indian literatures. She has been collaboratively translating from Telugu to English along with Professor M. Sridhar for the last 30 years. I next invite Professor M. Sridhar. Professor M. Sridhar areas of research interest moved from literary criticism and theory to Indian literatures and translation. He writes poetry in Telugu and English, and after his retirement from the University of Hyderabad, where he taught and supervised research, he is involved in translating from Telugu into English, and he also works for the Alladi Memorial Trust. I next invite Daniel Legers. Daniel Legers is a professor of French who has done extensive study of Telugu language and culture. He has translated texts from Telugu into French to the students of France, and he studied the writings of poets like Alpiriki Somanatha, Gurajada Apparao, Rayapolu Subbarao, Rahuri Bharadwaja, and translated extensively from Telugu into French. And he also involved in preparing the French Telugu dictionary. Welcome, sir. I next invite Professor Ipshita Chandra. Ipshita Chandra teaches at the Department of Comparative Literature and Indian Studies, English and Foreign Languages University. So Professor Ikshita Chandra extensively translated to English, Bengali, and Hindi. At present, she is the president of International Comparative Literature Association. Welcome, ma'am. I next welcome Dr. Uma Damodar Sridhar. Uma ma'am is currently the head Department of French and Francophone Studies at the English and Foreign Languages University. She teaches French language, linguistics, teaching methodology and translation. She worked at the Alliance Campus of Hyderabad as a teacher and translator. And she has done quite a few translations, and welcome. And now I invite Kokila ma'am to moderate the session.
Warm welcome to all the panelists. Warm welcome to all the panelists. So I think that today's the title, topic of discussion, translation, forging a trustworthy Indian future. So I think I would like to invite all the panelists to think about this topic and then discuss whatever they feel like about the Indian future and translation. Thank you very much. I think that anybody can initiate. Please, I invite you all to take initiative. Anyone? Yeah. Yes, yes.
If you want to speak, I will say it.
Yeah, you can speak and then perhaps you can sit here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's really great.
Thank you so much for having me called so fast. In fact, I was just thinking about the work. First, definitely, I wish to thank very much the English and Foreign Languages University for inviting me. And this is also very much due to Professor Taraska. Sorry for your name. And of course, Uma Damodar ji, because we were talking very much about translations and so on. And she thought that maybe I could say a few words that could be also of any interest to someone. And while I was sitting there, I was thinking about trustworthy, because I'm French. Therefore, we are a little bit far from English, as you may know. And we had a little discussion about how to translate trustworthy. To me, the first meaning that would come into French would have been something like confiance, confidence. Then a friend told me about maybe something like something that you may trust, of course, but what is exactly a trustworthy Indian future? I still need to really understand the meaning of it. Anyway, what I do understand is that, basically my field has been, should I speak now, is it? For 5 minutes or? Basically my field has been social anthropology, ethnology, sociology, cultural studies. And because of my professor who advised me so, I came into coastal Andhra, in a place which is very, very famous all over the Telugu country, which is called Peddapura, between Kakinada and Rajahmundry. And my idea, my aim as a young, at that time, student of ethnology was to try to give an understanding of social organization and cultural organization. Samajika Vyavastha, Sanskritika Vyavastha. But definitely the problem was language. At first I was only thinking in terms of sociology. But very soon I realized that without the language I would really not be able to come into the realities, mentalities, patterns of behavior of the people. Then I turn to language, and if I say it very, very fast, I would say that this brought me deeper and deeper into the Telugu language. And at first, I interested myself mostly in my thesis about what was Burakata as a genre, which meant a lot of various aspects of society, culture, literature, and other patterns. And because of this interest into Burakata, I was able to witness the importance of folk literary genres, whether they were purely oral, Maokika Sampradayam, or whether they were also semi-written or having a written form. Then I come to translation now in the sense that definitely I needed to know better what was the themes and contents of Burakata, not only looking at it from an analysis of performance, but also trying to understand the various aspects of this genre in terms of Pradhanakata, the main central story, in terms of the socio-cultural commentaries, which is Rajakiya, Vanta, Vachana in Burakata, and Hasya. All these levels were involving a necessity for translation. And up to this day, even though I have some practice and maybe some knowledge about the language, still today, my difficulty will be, for instance, to be able to understand aspects of humor in the oral context. Now, this gives the background, the very, very first background of my coming into this sphere. And then one of my professors, one of my gurus, was a very erudite pandit who had been writing Burakatas, but also poems, Karavian, and so on and so forth. And one of his Burakatas was Mahatma Bhishma Burakata, which was written with with Paratalu, with the songs, but also with Padyalu, which meant types of poems which were belonging to the Chandas. This was, of course, much more difficult to comprehend, and again, it required a lot of involvement into coming into an understanding of this level. But in the same time, I was also witnessing various pradarsanas, various performances from Harikata, Burakata, Natakam, Jangankata, Jamkulata, Yenno Naikavati. And when I just came into touch with Sri Satya Harishchandra or Chintamani Natakam, of course, like anybody who would be witnessing such a beautiful show, I mean, Pradakshana, you cannot but just be very much interested about the theme, the symbolic aspects, and so on. Then, thanks to the fact that at the first level, I could have studied Burakata at a lower level of language, so to speak, then coming to this Mahatma Bhishma Burakata, which was written in a more Sahitya Shaili type of level, I was able to some extent to understand from a long time some aspect of Chintamani. Then, now I come to the end of the presentation of the work of mine in that respect, in the sense that once I had done my thesis, that I had done as a research scholar and also associate professor in one very good French research center, I was being called to another Vidya Samstha, another cultural educational institution in Paris, to be able to try to promote the existence in France of Telugu language. That Inaugural, of course, teaches Hindi, Bengali, Tamil, Sinhala, Tibetan, Nepali, and so on and so forth. Telugu was not there, and it is still under danger. And because of the need to serve the students, definitely, and sometimes some Indian students also came to my classes in Paris, whether from Tamil Nadu or from Maharashtra, and I had to work very, very hard to be able to deliver some type of teaching. And because of this, because of the necessity to assimilate better Telugu language, which was my duty, I passed also through translation, because through translation you can understand the very precise meanings of words in context. Sandana Bani Bhakti, Ardhamanta, Telusuko Otsuani, Daniki, Paniche Senamati. Then, because of this, I've been translating a number of different things of various registers, including, for instance, Buddharajo Radhakrishna Ane Waduka Mahataru Mahatara Waduka, some books which were also of help in pedagogy and in terms of didactic. I will just close my speech saying a thing which I find very, very important to be said, in the sense that for some reason, I've been called in various national, Telugu, national, international conferences about various aspects of Indian literature and culture. Very recently, still again with the Sahitya Academy in Patna, something happened. And what we can witness in all of these events, and today more than ever, is a question which is very relevant to a trustworthy Indian future, which is the question of regional languages. And one of the very, very strong lacuna, difficulty, is that when you come out of India, and of course I'm speaking about Telugu that I know better because of my specialization, but this holds true for so many other Indian languages, whether it is Punjabi or Kannada or Bengali, Hindi, well known, Urdu is also known, but there are so many other regional languages which are outside of India, not known at all. And one of the reasons, it is not the only one of course, is we have Puma and Sridhar Garu who are there, and other people like Uma and some other colleagues, Sanjay and so on, who are translating either in English or for some of these colleagues in French. But this is usually linked to, not only, but linked to Hindi often. And what we do lack absolutely, and I request the Vice Chancellor in charge also to take this into account, in the sense that we need the possibility of two-way translations between the regional languages and world languages other than English. Because nowadays India is very much opening to the world in a way which was not there 20 years ago. And definitely, if we wish to be able that languages such as Telugu remains a language of culture and not only a communication, there is a need, I feel, that it should be opening itself to the external world through translations from Telugu to other languages, but also from other languages into Telugu, not forgetting the problem, the question of inter-translation, for inner translations within the various Indian languages themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nicholas. I now invite Professor Allari Uma to share her views.
Mic there and talk. Would you like to sit there and talk?
I'm perfectly all right. My gray hair doesn't belie me, right?
Apologies.
I know he told you that before he was born I translated. So I might be as old as Methuselah, right? But never mind, Methuselah lives on, women live on. Okay, women's legacy lives on. Okay.
That is important. We go back to Methuselah.
Yes.
We can't part.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for asking me to speak. And before I start, I should thank Tarakeshwar for inviting me to come here to speak to you all. It's been a long time since I have addressed students and faculty and academia. I've been in my closeted writing, translating, interacting with younger people. And so I'm particularly touched that two of my very students from my University, Osmania University days are here, and I'm so happy to see them here. Thank you very much, Professor Padmini, for being here and staying on to listen to me. I'm a little puzzled about what I should speak here. Because when Tarakeshwar said, ma'am, it's only about the human touch in translation. So I touch the books, I give it the human touch. And as Vivek Shanbhag said in his interview to the Scroll a few days ago, I look to the print media also, primarily to the print media, because when you translate, you need to feel the things. You need to feel the book. I'm not denying, this is his words, I'm not denying the digital mode, because many of the people, I know people may come with a paper or people may come with a phone and talk. I talk with my heart and what I feel I want to say. I have neither a paper nor a digital mode here with me. So he said that that's why I want to continue to have the print media, and he calls it the hyphen. He calls his publishing house hyphen. Talking about hyphen, he says that I took the word from Ramanujan, who called himself an Indo-American with a hyphen. And so I thought the hyphen is where you trust. If I say something, I hope you take it in trust, that I'm saying it and I mean it. Okay? Somebody asked me this question about Arundhati Roy's latest book on her mother. I've been reading it and sharing it with someone I know. I said, how do you know that all that she says about her mother is true? It's a translation. It's a translation of her experiences. It's a translation of what she felt when she grew up. It's a translation of the idea that she wants to share with people, like women like us who grow up with their mothers. Sometimes you have tension with your mother, but you also know another side of your mother. So you have to take the person in its entirety. So when we take a culture, you have to take the culture in its entirety. You don't take a culture and dismiss some part of it, because that's not something I like. That's something I abhor. So it's a question of trust. It's a question of how you trust the words of the translators. Is that words of the translator? Did the writer really say it? But even a creative writer is saying it. Do you really trust the creative writer, what he's saying, or is he playing to the audience? She playing to the audience. So I was really wondering in terms of all this, in terms of the fact that I'm involved. At this point I read a lot, but I'm involved more in the act of translation, and I'm involved in the act of translation of myself. I don't know whether you recognize me. You know what, Tarakeshwar, thank you for making me young. And I shared something with you. I'm the same me. About a couple of years ago, I grayed very young. So I used to dye my hair. Okay? About a couple of years ago, I made a conscious decision of not dyeing my hair. And the people who treated me as a younger person, in the airports especially, started giving me a lot of respect, asking me, would you like to stand in the queue? There's a separate queue for the thing. I said, have I changed in one day that the same people? So what is it? What is transformation? What is saying? But I'm the same me. So when you take an original, that's me some years ago, and me now, you take the original writer, Mr. Ramarao, and you take the English translation here. Are you doing something different? Yes, you are doing something different. I'm not the same that and this Tarakeshwar is not the same Tarakeshwar I met in 1991, 34 years ago. I mean, everybody thinks he's now very vocal. I mean, you haven't seen him when he was really, really vocal. Okay? In 1991, when I entered the department. So there's a transformation, but the thing is, I mean, jokes apart, you take a writer and you're translating it. What you're doing is you are entering that text. You are thinking from that perspective, and you're giving it. I mean, therefore, I came in with that because Tarakeshwar said human touch, and I was thinking all these 3 days of human touch, and now I come and see. I have to look at something trustworthy. I don't know, and a future. What I don't know. When I talk about the future, I talk about the immediate future. I see so many things happening around me. I see so many things that are happening around me that I want peace, understanding, love, harmony. And how do we get all these across? And translation becomes a way of doing this. And in your speech, you talked about the socio-cultural aspect of it. I mean, there cannot be a translation without that particular aspect of it. You are bringing that. I don't know so many things. I've learned so many things by translating text in Telugu, which is my own language, and yet I've learned different words. I've learned the world of Mr. Ramarao. I've also learned the world of Afsar Muhammad, who we translated a year ago. I mean, they're writing in Telugu. They are from the same, they're from communities which are different. I grew up in Hyderabad. I have a lot of Muslim friends. I know their culture, but I did not know the culture of Afsar. His culture was so entirely different. And I learned that. I learned to understand that culture. And once you learn to understand something, you start to trust. You have to trust. And if you start trusting, future will automatically become positive. And we will have a healthy future. And I don't know how much of a future we all have, but you have a future ahead of you, a long future ahead of you. And I think a major part of our students and the translation studies department, and you have an onus on you. You have a responsibility on you to take and bring different cultures. I'm really looking forward to the translation of the poem. I may not know the language. I may like the sound of it. I might know how you have translated, how each word, for example, I'll say this and stop. There was a story that was in Telugu called Anveshi. And we translated it as the explorer. Anveshi is one who explores. And this is because the young girl wants to explore, and as a woman I felt we need to explore ourselves. Self-introspection, self-exploration is important. But a person who reviewed it said you should have used the word seeker, is philosophically a one who seeks salvation. I mean, that's his perspective. This is my perspective. Perspectives may be different, but we have to understand each other's perspective. And I do hope that I made some sense, because it's unfair, Tarakeshwar, to say human touch and then talk about it. That's one. The other thing is, I thought of a panel discussion where we will be sitting and the panel person will ask a question and we can respond to it. And when I came, Uma said that I have it written down, and I mean, I was really perplexed, you know. In fact, I was sitting down and saw my thumb, shaking. I said, I don't have Parkinson's, but why is it shaking? And then I realized, oh, come on, you've been a teacher for so long, and I don't want to take more of your time, because you will say, oh, ye goody aa gayi, and then therefore she's continuing to talk non-stop. So, I mean, to translate it, this old woman has come and she's not going to leave us. No, this old Methuselah will go and sit back in her chair, and all of you listen to the others and enjoy yourself. And I wish you a very trustworthy, happy future and an Indian future.
You will touch me. Thank you, madam, for that very, very interesting and thought-provoking, I should say, talk, maybe perhaps now. Yeah, because it appeared like that. And and also thank you for the confusion. I mean, I'm sorry for the confusion, because initially,
Because the first word knowledge is confusion.
I'm sorry for that, and sorry for the confusion as well. Maybe due to certain things, the circumstances we were all undergoing for a couple of days, maybe it has caused that. So I now, invite Professor Sridhar. Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, and trust, and of course, human touch also is there. So you can talk about it, because that happens to be the topic of this year's, theme of this year's translation. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Since we are all talking about trust, I hope that you will trust that I've taken the decision to sit here and talk, because all of you will trust that I'm wearing a mask. And though I'm much younger than some of my families here, I think I will take your greater indulgence to allow me to sit and speak. Yes, trust automatically brings us to mind the question of belief. Now, the moment we start talking about belief, I do not think as translators, and primarily here I'm talking about literary translation. I do not think you can translate a text you do not trust. You cannot translate a text or a writer you do not agree with, unless you're doing a mechanical job of translating it. It starts with your trusting the text that you have picked up. You have picked up the text precisely because you have trusted it and you have, in some sense, owned it. If that does not happen, then the resultant translation will, I will not use the word good or bad, it will not appeal. So, appeal to the person who is reading it. Now, we have, as Uma said a little while ago, we have we thought that we were coming here to release Mukunda Ramarao's book of poems that we had translated. And suddenly, we have been asked to do two different jobs. Now, doing two different jobs at the same time is something that you have got to do if you are translating. So, perhaps it is in order that Tarakeshwar decided that we will multitasking here, a task, a real task for somebody like me. I always tell Uma and agree with her that women are multitaskers much more than men. And it's precisely because we translate, collaboratively translate, most of our work has been collaborative, that we have been able to do whatever we have been able to do. So when two translators come together or two people come together to translate, which is what happens between Uma and me, and the writer that we pick up to translate, it's that trust that brings us all together. It's the trust that languages have intrinsically that aspect in them to build this trust, and that's what will take us to the future, not just a bright future for a country like India, but for the entire world. I thank the Vice Chancellor for allowing us to be part of this World Translation Days program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sridhar, for taking up this topic of trust. And I know, and I really agree with Professor Sridhar. It so happened with me. Once somebody asked me to translate a text, I read it. I wanted to do. I mean, the person I respected, person who gave me the book, I respected that person. But somehow the content or the topics or the subject on which it was written, it was not a literary as such, but the subject was not, I mean, I could not feel that, somehow there was some difference which I could not, maybe difference of ideology or difference of belief, all those kind of things. Because of that, it was, I mean, written on some very famous political issue. So by some famous journalist. So if I had translated, that would have become a very big, maybe popular text. But then I chose not to translate somehow. So I totally believe with, I mean, agree with Professor Sridhar that we need to understand and we need to trust, and maybe we need to doubt the text. Unless we like the text, we will not be able to translate that, I have said. So I now invite Professor Nishita Chanda to put forward her views.
Thank you, Kokila. Thank you, Tarakeshwar. To say that actually is to begin with the fact that I have been trusted to come and speak here. And actually, this is going to be extremely personal. Because as I was just saying before we entered, that one of the reasons I shifted to Hyderabad after having taught for 25 years in EFLU University. One of the reasons was actually because I met Sridhar at a seminar and he was talking about Telugu short stories. And well, that impelled me to try and learn Telugu. So I can read, but that's about it. And so when it was possible for me to come here, I guess it was based on one kind of trust which I wanted to develop for the language. And the other trust is actually to do with both Kokila and Tarkeshwar, whom I knew at least 10 years before I arrived. And so I very much agree with the two of you that, you know, there is a change which one might find what happened. But I think we are learning to trust that change simply because you have given us the opportunity to talk about translation as a human activity. And that is something which, I mean, you keep saying in charge vice chancellor, I don't like that. So the vice chancellor in charge or out of charge, who said this the first thing, that translation is a human act. Trust is also, it cannot but be human. And so I have some, very optimistic things to say about the future, which relates to translation and which really relates to this campus as well. Because of what I have learned here, which is to do with the future. And a trustworthy future in which we begin to learn that India has always been plurilingual. It is something that we still need to do to convey to the world from our side that that is what we are. So when you were talking about, the coexistence of the classical and the popular, the oral and the written, the genres which moved from the oral to the written and vice versa. And I just saw that you have Jambuwa Quran there, which I thought had not been documented. So, I think that beyond trust, there is something more. We just say that we need to trust the other. In some sense, the onus is on the other to make itself trustworthy. Translation is one human act which teaches us, without compromise, that the onus is on ourselves. Because when we are taking upon ourselves the responsibility of conveying meaning, life, from one language to another, it is only a human being who can do that. There is no doubt about that. But when we are taking that responsibility, the first thing we need to do is to silence the loud noises in our heads which root us to certain fundamental ideas that we think are ours. And the word vernacular or the word regional, which we use to describe Indian languages, I have in whatever official way, whichever areas that I can reach, these are words that I'm trying to consciously erase, because I think that is the way through to the future. We need to build a vocabulary, certainly based on trust, but also based on humility. Because unless we silence the voices in our head, unless we don't hear the loud noises of our language and our culture. And sometimes this our language and our culture is the language into which we are translating. So all the theories that there are in translation studies, and this is one very deep disagreement I have with my very, very dear and close and old friends in translation studies, is that translation cannot, of course, be taught. But what is it that we are studying? We are not teaching to translate. I think we are teaching to develop, or maybe develop is the wrong word. We are teaching the will towards certain human actions. We are teaching a will towards openness, that we can hear other voices, keeping our own humbly down. And when I was thinking of this, like a trustworthy future, I would have, of course, asked Target, trustworthy to whom? Because if I am translated completely into the language of the colonizer, into which I translate most of the time, then who am I being faithful to? And that is the primary reason why I was thinking that we trust the text, certainly. But there are other people who also think that they trust the same text and come out with a completely different interpretation. What do we do then? Then there is only the intentionality of the translator, which continues throughout, because that is what she has read. She should be able to convince me, who knows the original language, that the noise of the other language. I will give you a very simple example. You know, in Bengali we say ruti, and in Hindi you say roti. Everyone, all translation theorists, all translators from Bengali into English automatically translate ruti in Bengali into roti in what they imagine is English. So there is more to this. The Bengali in Midnapur is not the Bengali in Calcutta. And so as a translator, when I put that across, can I put that across? Is it even a question in my mind that this language is not the language which I hear on the streets of Calcutta? This language is not the language which I hear, for example, on the streets of Dhaka. But that is the language there is in the text. So, what is my choice? And I have some colleagues who have done this really awesome job of translating from French into Hindi, I think, and because I am able to read both languages to some extent, I am able to see how this cultural movement has taken place, where you can hear the French, which is not spoken in France. It is actually, it's located in Senegal. I mean, the story, the protagonist is in Senegal, so he is a French-speaking Senegalese. So the whole history of race and difference is something that Sanjay has been able to bring into Hindi with different registers in the same text, because there were different registers in the original. Unless we have the humility to listen, that is not possible. So I thought that I was going to say something very offensive, as in, you know, like the arrogance of the English language translator. It's just like, you know, the loneliness of the long distance runner. Because the long distance runner thinks because he's an English translator, he can get ahead of everyone, and there is some charity involved. And I mean, there are many of my colleagues here who are teachers of English, but I am aware that they know exactly what, and that is something that is the reason why I said that when I took it on trust to come here, I thought it was the right place. It eventually turned out to be absolutely the best place because of the number of voices that I can hear. And I have really learned to think about the future. So I think that the future is, in fact, in changing the vocabulary of literary studies per se. It is no longer a monolingual, monocultural, mono-anything absolutist nation state that we are talking about. Though all our theory, including our translation theory, is geared towards that. So Marcel is not here, but I would have taken issue with that fact that Saint Jerome is the founder or father of translation. I will start going back to Methuselah to say that that is not the case. He may have been the father, the beginner of I guess traductio came from wherever, so Latin. Why should Latin have anything to do with us, except that it's something that we learn? We need to learn it in order to understand knowledge, but the fact is that there is no reason why we cannot, turn down the volume on what we believe and what we think as English educated or European educated academics. When we are placed in a plurilingual situation and we still use the technical, intellectual and philosophical apparatus that comes from a monolingual, monocultural, individualistic way of thinking, then it is time to rethink. And that is what I think our students here are doing and will demonstrate at the end and have helped us, me certainly, to do. So I am very, very optimistic about the future. And I thank you very much, Karteshwaran, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Professor Ikshita, for those views. And yeah, regional languages, vernacular, those kind of things. Yes, and I also agree with Professor Ikshita that we have been plural, like plurilingual, multilingual, plurilingual. And there have been many texts as well. I mean, many writers have written in multiple languages. For example, I would like to quote here, way back in 13th century, Palpurki Somanath, he has written a text, Panditaratha Charitra. Of course, he has also written the famous Basva Purana in Telugu. But along with that, he has also written Panditaratha Charitra, and there he has written, I mean, used 5 different languages. Basically, it's in Telugu, but he has also written Sanskrit, he has written Marathi, and Tamil as well, Kannada. So 5 languages are there. How does anyone translate this kind of a multilingual text? So these are the issues I think, and I mean, I have started after looking at all these things, and we also know many people who are multilingual, polyglots and all. Now I have also started thinking maybe this kind of, I mean, we never had this kind of linguistic, I mean, borders or barriers earlier. Only post independence and post 1956 we have we have got into this kind of a scenario of one language, one state kind of a thing. But earlier we have always been multilingual. So to continue with our discussion, I would like to invite Professor Uma Sridhar. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much, Professor Tarkeshwar, Dr. Kokila, for having invited me to be part of such a distinguished panel. Actually, to be the last person is a very daunting task, especially when the people who came in front of you are such erudite and learned scholars. So, and to top it all, I'm going to talk about history and not the present or the future, as the text says. So, where does that leave me? But before I start, I would like to just give a brief background. So my body of translation, well, it's not really a body. I've done a few short stories, but from Telugu to French. So there I agree with Professor Daniel that we need to do more to kind of revive this, cross interchange between the languages, between French and between regional languages. And especially Telugu, there don't seem to be many takers. So I feel that is something which really needs to be revived, especially towards French and not for the French that we see. And I really admire him for the kind of ambition and the work he has done in this field. So I also agree with what the previous speakers have said before me, as all of you, I'm sure. So what can I bring to the table? I'm asking myself, I'm telling myself I should have agreed when Professor Tarkeshwar asked me in the past to present at the weekly translation meets, So he said, since you haven't done it so far, I will call you for this. So I am kind of kicking myself as to why I haven't done it earlier, so that, I don't have to put myself in this place today. But so some words were discussed. The human touch, of course, I also went through that before being confronted with this title. We talked about the future and we talked a lot about trust, right? So, and also it was said that one cannot translate a text which one does not trust. So all these things have been resonating a bit in my mind because they are all in some way or the other related to what I have done with this translation, and I am not going to, I have it all written down, but I'm not going to read out everything. I'm just going to take a few points which I think are relevant to the topic today. So, so I'm talking strictly within the discipline of French studies, and my intention at first, which I also discussed with Professor Dakishwar, was to talk about a little bit about the work which I have done recently, the book which I hope will be published this year, which is a translation of an 18th century French naturalist administrator. His name is Pierre Sonnerat. So he visited India. He's a naturalist, which means he is a combination of a botanist and a zoologist. And in the 18th century, there weren't such terms. So it was also extended to anthropology and to the study of anything and everything they came across. The colonizers, they were not yet colonizers in that sense. It was just the beginning of the process of colonization. But there was a lot of intense curiosity in Europe about these new lands, and the quest was to document these new findings, these new cultures, people, etc., but also to discover their culture and their religion. So that is one. That is where Pierre Sonnerat comes from, and his book, of course, has detailed observations and descriptions of South Indian society, because he was basically in Pondicherry for a couple of years. And he was going around the region, documenting, of course, the flora and the fauna, which was his main vocation, but also the society caste rituals, and of course, significantly for us, extracts from religious texts, which are found in his books. And he was an artist, as all naturalists were, and so the book also has some beautiful, around 140 plates. So I'm just hoping that the book does get released this year, because it's part of a project and we've been working on it since a very long time. And this book, incidentally, was part of the first books which were written in the 18th century and which really contributed towards the construction of the image of India in the 18th century. So for that reason, it is quite a significant book. And like I said, in the 18th century, this was the period of enlightenment, and there was a strong curiosity about the world. The Christian principles, especially the Catholic principles, were being strongly challenged by intellectuals like Voltaire and Diderot and others. And so they were looking eastwards, towards India, towards China, to kind of get hold of any sort of texts which would help them question the hegemony of Christianity. So basically that was the backdrop against which, so there were two parallel quests going on. One was the quest for plants, for animals, to expand their botanical gardens, the zoological gardens. So there was this curiosity value, and there was also at the same time economic value, because they were looking for clove, nutmeg, pepper, cardamom, so which they desperately needed. And at the same time, there was this parallel quest for religious texts, which would help them to prove that there were religions which were older than Christianity. So that was one of the things going on at that time. So lots of texts were being translated and sent into Europe. And some of these texts were based on some actual, like Puranas or something, but many were fraudulent texts. And there are some very nice stories which are attached to those, but which we don't have time to go into now, maybe some other time. So what happened was, because of these texts, they had a large impact on the Western thinking about India in general. And so India suddenly became the most ancient civilization. So earlier it was Egypt they were looking to, but thanks to all this influx, suddenly the focus shifted towards India, and India became the cradle of civilization, which Voltaire declared. And so all this was mediated through translation. So that's the point I'm trying to make. And of course, as a result of that, Indology flourished. in France, in Germany. The French Institute was set up in Pondicherry. So there were a lot of Indologists who worked in India, mainly firstly in Sanskrit, on the grammar, on the language. But then they branched out and they started looking at society, urbanization. So first it started as a kind of discovery. Translation was, imagined as a discovery of new lands, but very quickly it became a collaborative attempt. So when they were describing cities, translating administrative papers, manuscripts, maritime records, so there was a huge amount of work which took place from the 19th century till the 20th century onwards. And so what is interesting about this, and how do we connect this work to the, at least one of the words here, which is trust. So when I was doing the translation, so initially I approached it with a lot of trust, because this was a book which had been a huge success in France. Many other writers were inspired by it. Many illustrators were inspired by it. So around this time, there was no actual, how do I say, no idea of copyright. So people were freely borrowing from each other. So once the book was out, somebody else was, taking portions of it. Somebody's drawing of a plant very much resembled Sonara's drawing of the same plant. Sonara made a drawing of a plant which he actually never saw, but I mean in real life, but he only saw a specimen. So there were a lot of these accusations, counter accusations. It was a very exciting period, to say the least, when we look at it from our perspective, from today's perspective. But there were also some comments he makes on India which are like, a little of his times, as a bit stereotypical, a kind of essentialization. So I was getting a bit uncomfortable, and I was thinking like, oh, I really want to translate this book. But then I was very much into it. It's a 300-page book. It was a long project, and I couldn't really back out at that point. So I changed my tactic, and I tried to see why is Sonara writing all this? What are his sources? Where is he getting these ideas from? Because one thing is he is a humanist. He is a man of enlightenment. He was against slavery. So there were a lot of good things which he did also. So I was digging a lot into the background, which made me write a little longish foreword to the translation. And what I discovered was, of course, a lot of sources from which he has taken those ideas. That's a different thing. But then I discovered also, by reading other scholarly work which has been done on his books, that the translations of the Puranas, which he has given in his books, were not done by him. So, and secondly, he was based in Pondicherry, and very clearly the texts had a Tamil source. They were, because the gods, he describes the stories of the gods, and so he says Shivan, Krishnan. So he uses the Tamil words for the gods. He doesn't say Shiva and Ram and Krishna. So then, of course, I did a little more digging, because translation is also, kind of a detective work. You come across a kind of puzzle, and then you have to crack it, and then you can't sleep till you get to the bottom of the story. So it's a very exciting kind of operation in itself. So then I discovered that, of course, there were people who accused Sonara of having taken, portions of the book from their book. So then I went and checked those sources, and then finally I come to the conclusion that these were all written by Tamil interlocutors, Tamil translators, who are based in Pondicherry, and some of them are very well known, some are less well known. Now, Sonara, apparently, you took the help of this Dubash, so they are called Dubash because Dubashi, right? Called Maridas Pillai. And Maridas Pillai was the author of several translations of the Bhagavata Purana and some other Puranas into French, because he was a Tamilian, but he had also learned French. And then, so he was doing the translations. And another Frenchman had commissioned a translation of the Purana, which he published under his own name, without mentioning Maridas Pillai. And Sonara also publishes the translations of the Puranas in his books, and he says, I took help from learned Brahmins. And there is no mention of any of them, the names. So there, there is this matter of trust somehow, which comes in, and the justification is that we have paid him. So then, of course, a little more digging happened from my side, and then I find texts which say that, okay, but actually he has not been paid as much as he should, and he's a man of family. And so what does Maridas Pillai do? He realizes that, something is not okay. So he sends a copy of the translation straight to France to the minister, who is called, his name is Betha. And Betha puts it in the king's library. And the man who commissioned that translation finds it. And he says, oh my God, he cheated me. He sent a copy to the minister. So there is a lot of issue of, again, who owns the translation. So his name is Fouché d'Obsonville, the man who has commissioned this translation. So, I mean, how much right does he have over Maridas Pillai just because he has been paid? And Maridas Pillai has delivered the translation to Fouché d'Obsonville as promised, which Fouché d'Obsonville published, and it is very much there. And later, in a later edition, he mentions Maridas Pillai's name, but not initially. In fact, he doesn't mention his own name. So Fouché d'Obsonville has this habit of publishing stuff because he publishes a big tract against Sonora anonymously. Then again, he publishes this anonymously, but later on he adds Maridas Pillai's name. So so I looked at it more like an act of resistance. So translation is discovery, is collaboration, but also it's a kind of resistance, because what Maridas Pillai does, to me, I feel, is something he is resisting against this hegemony, which has kind of just trying to kind of straitjacket him into being only a translator with no agency of his own. So these were some interesting questions which have come, which I came across. So translation then becomes a site of power and resistance, if you look at it that way. So of course, other scholars have also spoken about this. It's not a discovery I made all by myself. Though about Maridas Pillai, yeah, that was something which emerged through my research of this. But Jyoti Mohan talks about it in her book called 19th Century, Colonial Writings on India. It's a very interesting book. And so what does this history tell us? I believe it says that when we translate, we are not just carrying words across languages, but we are also shaping meaning, power, and perspective. And hopefully the translations like the one I worked on, Sonoras, will reopen this debate and dialogue, and it brings, I'm reading this out because it's difficult to remember all this. So it brings to light an 18th century French vision of India, but also acknowledges Indian voices behind this French vision. And it allows us to compare how the French represented India and how they were influenced by the local scholars who guided them. And of course, we understand that knowledge systems, interpreters, traditions were active participants. So translation in this context becomes a cross-cultural exchange. And I think acknowledging this participation and continuing work on such texts can reshape the future of colonial studies in India. And I feel that it's not true only for French. I see many of my colleagues from other European languages departments. I think this is something which is relevant to all of us today. And of course, these kind of translations will also benefit Indian scholars who are looking for primary sources written in languages other than English. Because most of the sources written in English, of course, they have written a lot on administration, politics, lesser on culture and religion than the French have, because the French have really, there is the saying that there's an expression in French, l'oubli de l'Inde. So it's the India forgotten. So the French lost India to the British, but excuse-moi. So the French lost India to the British, but they kind of recuperate this loss by, doing an in-depth study. So reclaiming India in a sense, intellectually and culturally through their studies. So I feel that Indian scholars who work on history, who work on translation, who work on, travel narratives can benefit from such primary texts which have been translated into English from sources other than English, which I said, like I said, because the English were working in that, expanding imperial power. So they were working in that context. Whereas the French were looking at it as a rival imperial power. So their discourse on India is more sympathetic towards Indians in spite of, well, some stereotypical comments which are unfortunate, but, and also they criticize the British a lot, which is, which is being heard a lot these days, quite rightly so. But yeah, so they had this also this kind of moralistic, attitude that we were not like the British, so or we are not like the British. So, that's it. So I would like to conclude by saying that this blend of ethnographic observation, artistic documentation, and critical sympathy, which I found while translating Sonora's text, offers a distinctive French Enlightenment perspective. And so I return to the idea that translation is not just a bridge of between languages. It's a way of seeing, understanding, and a way of imagining the world. And through translation, India entered the European consciousness. Sometimes it was misrepresented, sometimes it was idealized, but it was always very compelling. And hopefully, with more such work going on, we can bring back the element of trust, which is so interesting to the act of translation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Uma Sridhar, for those interesting things about the text and the translation. Now the floor is open for any for discussion, any viewpoints or any questions.
We can take
So
one
anyone-
round of questions,
Yeah.
all the questions. You can tell who is addressed. After they answer it, again we can go for another round if time permits.
Yes. Yeah. Please. Any questions or any views are welcome.
Okay. Let me build the cat. First of all, thank you, Professor Parakeshwar and Kokila. I wanted to sit for some time, but then I got so enticed that I don't want to go. My question is to Uma and Sridhar, both of you. I have dabbled in translation long ago, from Telugu, from English to Telugu actually. Can I speak in Telugu? I will translate for the others. Translation చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మనము ఆత్మను పట్టుకోవాలి కదా, లిటరల్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ కాదు. కొన్ని ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్స్, సమ్ ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్స్ ఇన్ యువర్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఆర్ ఐ డోంట్ నో హౌ టు ట్రాన్స్లేట్ దెమ్. Atla, when you have certain situations, such situations where you somehow can't find the word or find it difficult.
Cultural response.
Yeah, so especially culturally, what is the way that you would choose? This question has been teasing me for a very long time. For example, I want to give you a specific example. Pardon me for the Telugu expressions. ముచ్చటేస్తుంది అంటారు మనం. ముచ్చటేస్తుంది ఎట్లా ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేస్తారు ఇంగ్లీష్లో? అయితే పసిపిల్ల సుత్తొస్తున్నారంట, దీన్ని ఎట్లా ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేయాలి? ఈ ముచ్చటకి మీకు చెప్పాలి, ఎందుకంటే నాకు చాలా ఇబ్బంది పెట్టింది ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేయాలంటే. ఐ కాంట్ ఫైండ్ ద ఇంగ్లీష్ ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్, దాన్ని ఏదో ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేస్తాను అనుకోండి. But what are the ways, strategies for a translator? I hope I make some sense to all of you. This was code mixing, code switching, all of this. So, how do you cope with this challenge? Thank you.
It's in fact a very difficult question to answer in a simple manner. It depends on the text, it depends on the situation in which it arises. So a certain word may be translated differently, the same word. But we also, I'm speaking for both of us after a lot of thing. Sometimes we let the originals remain in the text with an explanation or without an explanation sometimes, letting those words get explained by itself. That is one. Sometimes we make a very literal translation of that. If there is a proverb, we make a very literal translation. It may sound very, very harsh to the readers, but a lot of things are harsh to me when I read in English, right? The kind of English that I read, it may be harsh to me. And she was talking about different, Bengalis in a certain sense. And a writer that we translated was, in fact, talks about this in her short story, where she says that Ma Bhasha Gitlani, that's how our language is. It's in a Telangana dialect, which an Andhra person will say, my God, what is she talking about? We don't understand what she talks about, and how same word. For example, in Nellore, the word avasaram also means hurry, but because it is borrowed from the Tamil word. But how? I mean, that's their word. That's their word. That's the way they use it. I mean, Nabashanadi. My language is my own, and therefore we got to let it be sometimes. We got to explanation, and sometimes also depends on. I mean, we have stopped using that. We started with using no footnotes to some footnotes, and now if the thing speaks to itself, we translated a story called Irony. We didn't translate the word at all, but the story tells you what that is all about. For those who are people who don't understand the word yoni, yoni is the female organ, ioni is one who doesn't have the female organ. But one need not explain that because it's the pain of a young girl who's taken into prostitution, where she's exploited time and again, and she wishes she's born an ioni. Now, wouldn't you understand it if I just left the word there? Because you know that this girl, every night she is raped, sexual pleasure for the man, or curing of diseases for men because they have had sex with a woman, a young girl who has not yet reached puberty. And so you use that. So we're not the title says ioni, we use the word ioni in the story, and we let the things be. But there are times when we have translated it. And we can today, don't think it is always so. Today is not well. So sometimes I might answer on both our behalf because you can't speak too much.
I don't have much more to add than what Shima has just said. I think translation has gone, as far as from our experience of translation, the activity of translation has gone beyond finding equivalence and words in another language. Because we do not translate words, we translate feelings, we translate culture, we translate mutual understanding. For that to happen, I do not think we really be worried about choice of a particular word. It's pointless because then translation cannot happen. That's why.
I will have a very French way of behaving myself in expressing a disagreement. Not on the last point. I totally agree about the question of translation. It is about the question of what you call trust of a text, and in fact, as well as yourself, in the sense that it is not here the trust of the text, it is the trust or not to the people who has written it in a certain way, I think. In the sense that I do not agree then with the fact that you should agree with the text or trust the text, at least to the extent that you have to trust it as what is being said to be translated. And also you used another idea at some point with which I agree completely, or maybe it was you, Sridhar, but it is the fact that when you come into translating, you go into outside of yourself and you enter not the world of the author, but the world of the world being, of course, what you have expressed about feelings and so on. And in fact, with the French department, we had a small presentation of mine, and I chose a very catchy type of a title. It was something like, and in French it was l'horreur extatique de la traduction poétique, which would mean in English the ecstatic horror of poetical translation. Because definitely with prose, to some extent, you may reach a certain level of equivalence in terms of correspondence of feelings or whatsoever. But when it comes to the translation of poetry and poems, it is awful. It is awful, but it is also wonderful. You know, in the sense that you are just brought into it, taken away with it to somewhere where you try to find the fluid equivalence. The question for translating a concept which is not there in another language is the question of fluidity of the target language. That is what I would feel.
One more question from students. One question? Yeah.
Can I have a question, please?
Yes.
Keep asking questions together.
Thank you. My name is Atraya Sharma, and I would like to know what are the lexical tools available for translation from Telugu to English. Whereas when it comes to English, whether it is Oxford University or any other Oxford dictionary, continuous research is going on, and every year new words are being added. Whereas pitiably in the case of Telugu, even the words that are available in our literature, they are not at all found in the dictionaries. And whatever Brown originally wrote, almost the rest of the dictionaries are copies of them. And even the Telugu Academy dictionary say, Vriksha Vishesha to Jantu Vishesha, even though there are really equivalents in Telugu. And I also would like to know, apart from Google Translation and all that, whether there are printed translations available in Telugu, and also whether there is any encyclopedia in Telugu. And most of the dictionaries, they don't have etymology also of the words. Why that pity? And what is the government doing? What are the Telugu universities doing? What are the Telugu departments doing? And if something is done like that, many people come forward to help. Really, I am very, very sorry. Though I have learned English, in the full cycle of my life, I am fighting very much for my Telugu. And Telugu can be preserved only with a lot of research, in comparison and contrast to the rest of the languages where it has to be translated, or into which other languages have to be translated. Thank you.
Actually, this is regarding what Dr. Uma from the French department said. I mean, the narrative that you have, apart from the fact that when you're translating, there is a meta-narrative that is created with all the discoveries and that explains the text. So, I mean, I just wanted to understand that in translation studies, is there a way where the translator can publish that as a narrative? I mean, as like a separate book to explain that process, that experience, and it becomes like a meta-narrative of that translation, not like a foreword, but like a proper book. I mean, does that happen? I also have a question which I originally wanted to ask Jane Devi, but I would like to hear your opinion as well. In a country.
Questions only related to the word.
It is related, definitely. So, in the lack of cultural, economical, political support, a language starts dying. And in such a scenario, how do we develop a language consciousness This is a very basic question, but when I think of my language, Magadi, when I see my people from my village who are disowning this language and switching to Hindi, I want to understand how do I develop language consciousness in such a scenario.
First of all, I don't think Sridhar or I can answer Mr. Andrea's question. It needs a lot of debate. He is right in saying that there should be a caucus. He should address institutions like, I mean, I'm not putting in a spot, but institutions like yours or Telugu University or anything, and find out from them what they're doing. For us, and this will connect to the question that the young person asked us, and that is that answers the question as to why we translate. We translate because we want people to recognize that there are different languages, that unfortunately some other tongues are disappearing and they shouldn't be disappearing. How do we preserve them? One way is for the community to preserve it, that's a different thing, but to make people aware that there are different ways in which you understand the thing. Let me tell you, because there were people who talked about personal experiences. When I came as a 2 or 3-year-old child to Hyderabad, not very long ago, but I still was a child then. I picked up the language that was spoken by people around me, whereas my parents spoke language that was more from what you call it. I don't like those words. Tarakeshwar also knows standard Telugu or whatever they call it, standard Telugu. And I would hear often the word Nalla Kulla Undi. And then I would go to my mother and say, Amma Nalla Banjayaba. So my mother would say, what are you talking? Is that any Telugu that you're talking? Because the words, couple of words are Hindi and then there's only a Hindi which is Telugu or Amma, which could be any language, you know. And so I was torn between the thing that I should be speaking it and I should only be speaking it, but then I realized, and my parents too, that there were different ways in which one expressed oneself, and therefore you got to preserve it. I told you about this writer, Subhadra, Subhadra. She writes about the fact that the same word in her own language, Telangana language, means, or I gave you the example of this word avasaram, which for us, when I talk to my father, I would say, avasaram nadavuddu, don't walk in a hurry. But I mean, they would say, no, that's not avasaram, means only need. Why are you using this here? So that's my language. So I have an onus to preserve that. And maybe, I mean, I'm not a theorist, okay? You know, there are theorists here and I'm scared of all of them. I've translated basically because, and that's why I like what Tarakeshwar asked me to speak about. Or when Vivek Shankar talked about it, that's something new which makes you feel that you want to take this, and when Afsar says, my Abbajan said this in Telugu and the Abbajan remains there, then you know that you want to take that kind of a thing. I know there will be theoretical words for that, that kind of a thing that happens. This is something I've evolved for myself. I evolved for myself to preserve it. You all know a lot more theory. I have zero. Okay, my theory is something I do read it, not that I'm sorry, I'm not such a nincompoop, but I do read some, or I get it, you know, I have a nice source. He reads and gives me the gist. So that also helps me in a sense. No, but jokes apart, that's the only way. I can't say how do you preserve my theory. You take those texts and when people start appreciating it. And there are other things I think translated a lot from Maithili to English, and he talks about it's not it's not Magadhi. She's talking about yes, somebody else is talking about
What you said is correct. They did translate it from Maithili.
And she was saying Magadhi. She said
That's all.
sorry, I got it wrong and I have to apologize because I'm arguing for different languages. Right?
No, that doesn't matter because once you finish.
No, I'm done. I just said that you have to do that. You have to do your bit.
Yeah,
absolutely.
yes. Yeah, I think that's the important part. That somebody has to do something. So there is no theory involved. Translation, that's the reason why I said it's a human activity. So first you have to feel that I need to preserve this. You have to, and I'll just, in the same breath, I think I'll talk a little about functionality because actually doing is collective and doing is also institutional and structural. So, I mean, I was actually trying to argue to get out of theory while you don't buy this. So, I think so. Yeah. You thought, good. No, but I just want to tell you about this particular. I mean, this is only one project that is currently based in Oxford, but it's an international project which is working with non-scripted languages, taking into account the fact that now you can use digitalization to preserve things that you could not have done otherwise. And so that is going to be a very important pedagogic sort of change in the way in which we study, quote unquote, literature which is written and literature, I mean not literature, orature which is spoken, which are, as you say, simultaneous at the same time. And so, earlier Candy was here, and this work, incidentally, is, I mean, students of EFLU are involved in this work. So, and I mean, I'll just add one more line to that. That currently, the people on this campus, you know them also, who are working with non-scripted languages. This is the direction in which they are thinking in terms of the future. And I just a little plug for the International Comparative Literature Association, that we have a memorandum of understanding with the Memories of the World project in UNESCO, under which this kind of recording, to start with documentation, because non-scripted languages, I mean, it's a very nascent thing, but it is the future.
Can I just respond to what my colleague Dr. Siva asked? But before I do that, I am really interested in what you said about this UNESCO project, because I also teach general linguistics, and I'm always telling my students that there is an avenue of opportunity to document lesser known languages. Of course, no one has taken it up so far, but I will persist.
There is one more thing there, like Professor Devi, because that was the first time that, the PLSI, People's Linguistic Survey of India, that was the first time when, sort of non-scripted languages were also within the purview of work. But then we realized that scripting non-scripted languages was actually standardizing and hegemonizing and putting them into, like one monocultural standard theme, that everything is a dialect of Hindi. When just the opposite is true, Hindi is a result of all of these things and they all exist. So you have some very important work to do.
To my colleague, yeah, that's a very interesting point. And actually, I was advised by some of my colleagues to whom I had shown my preface that it's so long, why don't you publish it separately as a book? Because it's like almost 100 pages. So, but I did think of it, but the problem is that, for it to be a standalone book without any reference, because Sondra is not a well-known, naturalist at this point. I hope he will be at some future point. So it, and then to find a publisher who is going to publish a meta-narrative about the translation process. So I thought that was a really, too much to expect. So while the going was good, I might as well attach to the translation and, send it off. But yeah, I guess if you're working on a text which is already very well known, or like Professor Daniel is doing, a well-done narrative about the translation process of the Pura Kathas, that would be something. Yeah, or anything is possible. Yes. Thank you.
I have one question. You have a question? I think we are running out of time, so please be free.
No, actually, we have more sessions to go. I'm not from Translation Studies. My name is Supriya. I'm from TMRC. I'm a producer, film producer. As Dr. Shida said, when you're translating, there's a lot of conflict going on within you, whether it can be done in that way or your personal feelings or whatever it is. As a translator, and as Professor Padmi Shankar said, each word in each language, the connotations are different, and to find an equal word is so different. So by the end of your translation work, how satisfied you are like once you have completed your translation? I'm asking it in general life. As a translator, do you feel totally 100% satisfied with the bringing in the originality of the writer?
Is anyone satisfied with anything? That's a question one can't answer, because if you ask me that, you ask the best chef in the world, French cuisine, the best chef in the world, you ask them, are you satisfied with today's, thing that you have made? Are they going to say yes? Or are they going to say to an extent? I'm sure that's the same as any production one makes. Anything makes, one you write.
The translation creative work of somebody else, then you have lovely that you're bringing it into other languages.
I think we are going beyond the scope of this thing, but let me tell you, if you say that is their own, only legally, if the person is alive, after 100 years or so, exact number of years I don't know, it's no longer theirs, even legally. Once I put my thing on paper, it is no longer mine. It is as much yours as it is mine. So that's why I said when I'm translating it, I'm translating it. And we face this because we are doing it together. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we have to debate, sometimes we have to come to a consensus because we have to hear that. So there's no question of somebody else's that. True. Somebody now, Mr. Mukunda Ramarao is sitting there, he has to agree in a certain sense to my translation because he's giving me and she the permission to translate. But doesn't mean that he owns this work, Neither do we own this work. It has come out as a book, now the book is yours. The book is yours today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. I think maybe we can carry this discussion to the next.
Sure. That's why I said.
Yeah. And thank you very much, ma'am, for your question as well. The answer is very clear that nobody is satisfied with anything. 100% satisfaction, maybe once in a lifetime or twice or for some time, perhaps. It is as good as any other experience. So I thank all the panelists for their participation. Thank you all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Now we move on to the next session. Yeah, I invite Anandu. For the book release, please be there. Now, our next session would be the book release and the discussion on the book. So please be there.
The question was very relevant, but you know what? I think when the language is not confined in the personal space and it becomes a language in the administrative space, in the educative space, it is the only thing will flourish because in France, the language of the Republic is French. And you know what has happened? 6 regional languages in France have disappeared. So to revive it, they have started it very, very obviously in schools where these regional languages are spoken.
Hello.
They have.
Hello everyone. So good afternoon all. Now we are moving on to the third session of the Translation Utsav 2025. So
Say we'll start right away. So ask them not to leave. That is the first thing.
everyone please note that we will not be taking a break now. We will be starting right away with the third session.
After this session, there will be a break.
There will be a break after this session. After the third session, there will be a break. So kindly stay here for a while longer. Okay, so good afternoon all. Good afternoon all. Myself, Anil Sunil, I am a PhD scholar here in the Department of Translation Studies. I welcome you all to the third session of today's event. We will be having an informal book launch and also a book discussion of the selected poems in translation written by the author Mukunda Ramarao, titled Alone in the Night River, and it has been translated by Dr. Alladi Uma and Dr. Srita. So, without further ado, we will be moving to the book launch, informal book launch. So, I am happy to welcome you all to the informal book launch of the poetry collection. It's titled Alone in the Night River. For the same, first I invite the author of the poetry collection, Mukunda Ramarao, sir is here, and also the translators, Dr. Alladi Uma and Dr. M. Srita, are also here on stage now. I now request Professor Padmini Shankar ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor in charge, to conduct the ceremony. Ma'am, please.
First,
Now we will be showing 2 videos with narrations of 2 select poems from the collection. We will be showing them now on the screen.
In the night as expansive as the sky, perhaps my shadows sleepily within me. Just as night nourishes night secretly, Perhaps things barely clear, nourish the dreams. Trees that have lost their leaves, hair separated from the head, nails that have been clipped. Gold that has become distant from the forest it came from. Blood without body, unable to reach their bodies, don't know how and where they are lying. When the breeze that walks at night with its blood writes secret verses, perhaps every word in it is the last word. In the life that knows its limits, joining with the breeze, perhaps only the flowers, leaves that are swaying blissfully know that any happiness is only till they fall onto the ground.
There's one more poem.
At night, river turns dark. Maybe the waves sleep. Out of habit, I fling each sentence in the water. The sleeping fish are startled. When it is dawn, searching for the same thrown-away sentences, the waves.
So now we can start the brief discussion of the book. So first, I would like to introduce the author to you all briefly. Mukunda Rao is a poet, translator, short story writer, and essayist. He has published 9 Telugu poetry collections and has also translated extensively into Telugu. publishing 15 books in translation. Also, translating into Telugu the poems of Nobel Prize winners. He has received the Telugu University Kirti Puraskaram for Best Poetry in 2008, the Telugu University Sahitya Puraskaram for Best Translation in 2017, and the Lifetime Achievement Award in Literature from Ajo Vico Kangalam Foundation in 2024. The translators M. Sridhar and Alladimma have already been introduced. They have been translating from Telugu and English, Telugu to English and vice versa for over 30 years and have been published by leading publishing houses. So first I would like to invite the author, Mukunda Ramarao sir, to grace us with a few words. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar and hello. First of all, I'm not a great speaker in English, so I have written few lines and I will read it out. Hope you will not mind for that. This is my first time participation in the event organized by the Translation Studies EFLU Hyderabad on the occasion of Translation Utsav 2005. I feel honored speaking in front of scholars, teachers, academicians. I am a perpetual student. I request all of you to see me with the same perspective. While I talk about me and my poetry, I will be talking about translations and my language as well as approach. My grandfather migrated from Andhra Pradesh to South Africa some 100 years back. There my grandparents got married and my father was born there. While my father was 6 months old, they all have returned home and settled in Kharagpur, West Bengal. I am born and brought out in West Bengal. I have studied Telugu up to class 8 in an English medium school as one of the subjects. Hence, I do not have any scholarship in Telugu and was out of touch with the Telugu land and out of tune with the poetry of my mother tongue for a very long time. My appointment in railways has brought me to Andhra Pradesh, and since then I am in regular touch with my language, more than what it was before. Though I was in West Bengal, I had the good fortune of involving myself with the Telugu literature. Whenever a powerful feeling, a worthwhile experience, or some joy or sorrow taken hold of me, my response broke out in simple poems for Telugu, charged with measured emotion and tinged with refined poetic fervor. But mostly it remained with me, as I never felt that it was anything worth sharing. On my daughter's marriage, when my daughter was bidding adieu to us, I had the same feelings of any father in the world, of the smile that was migrating, leaving the father in anguish. That was my first poem, which has come to life with the title The Smile That Has Migrated. The Smile That Has Migrated. That has also put me as a poet in, and my journey continued in poetry. Till now I have 9 anthologies of my own poetry to my credit and 15 anthologies of my translations to Telugu and 3 anthologies of my own poetry to English and Kannada. Each book is a milestone in my inner journey, some born of silence, others of dialogue with word voices, My poems have thus been translated into Hindi, Urdu, Malayalam, Bengali, Oriya, Santali, Marathi, Kannada, English, and Polish. Initially, I did not wear the spectacle of books to understand the world around, but used to look straight at and into the world to come out with my own expressions. Slowly started to learn the art of poetry, which made me to handle my words with care without much of an interest in sophisticated figurative language, with which the critics called as deceptively simple, which implies much more than what it really means. I am content to speak about human issues of daily occurrence, hoping the reader will draw his own conclusions. As the famous poet Sachidanandan says, who wrote the foreword to my first poetry translation book in English, I quote, Mukunda Ramarao's poetry is primarily meditative. The poet meditates on nature, art, human relationships, aging, time, and death in his characteristically crisp and suggestive style, shorn of excessive ornamentation and flamboyant imagery. There is wisdom in his poems and robustly lean language detachment fit to express the poet's philosophy of life. Unquote. Similarly, writer, poet, critic, and translator Sri G. J.V. Prasad, ex-professor of English from JNU Delhi, who has written the foreword for this book, says, I quote, Mukunda Ramarao's poetry seems to be an interesting blend of belief in the cycles of life and an existential viewpoint in this world. In this life, we are all migrant travelers. The poet himself sees lessons in nature for us human beings. They teach us resilience, the continuity of life cycles, the temporariness of specific existence, and the vastness of the universe we inhabit. End quote. They have said it all, hence I need not add anything further about my poetry. As far as my personal life is concerned, I am an IT professional, retired as senior project manager from Hewlett Packard, 2006. Telugu poetry has a tradition of its verse sounding musical. It appears it is in the very nature of Telugu language, with its own endings in normal speech, that it promotes musical quality of all kinds of verse, free or metered. The Telugus, as an ethnic group perhaps, would not like to dispense with the gift of the tongue, which is musical. These days I can see a change in my poetry, for that matter in most of my anthologies. The form, the content, and more so the expression from anthology to anthology getting changed. As we all know, learning is a continuous process, and poetry is not an exception to that. In that process, apart from writing my own poetry, now and then, I have also started reading poetry of different languages, different states and nations. Whatever impresses me, I keep sharing in whatever form I can. Gradually, exposure to English and world literature broadened my perspective, the urge to express the inexpressible drove me. Poetry became my inner language, and translation my bridge to other worlds. My earliest influences were Sufi poets, the moral tales of childhood, and the lyrical cadences of Telugu classical poetry. Later poets like Tagore, Eliot, Neruda, and Sri Sri Tilak guided me. Every poem I read became a mentor. Life itself with its joy, pain, wonder has been my greatest teachers. Sometimes a single image or rhythm strikes me and words begin to dance around it. I let them breathe before shaping them. A poem is not written. A poem is not written, it is revealed slowly, gently, as dawn unveils the horizon. I have never chased trends. I write what moves me. I walk my path, knowing that true art may not always be popular, but it will endure. I believe poetry must spring from truth, not imitation. Trends pass like seasons, truth stays. I honor tradition, but I am not bound by it. I write in the language of my soul, not in the dialect of fashion. For me, translation began as an act of love. While I was in New York, with the assistance of New York State Library, I wanted to share voices that spoke to me deeply, but were unheard in my language. The first impulse was compassion, to let others breathe in the fragrance of other cultures. Later, it became a discipline. Became a discipline, an art. I believe translation is not imitation, it is recreation. One must breathe life into the poem again in a new language without losing its heartbeat. The poet in me gives me sensitivity to tone, image, and rhythm. The translator in me teaches humility to listen, to serve the original text. They are not rivals, but respectable companions. From Sissy's social consciousness to Tagore's mysticism, from Eliot's introspection to Neruda's sensuality, but above all, I revere anonymous poets, those whose names history forgets, but whose songs linger in air and ritual. It was joy to share my journey. Any question from anywhere will be an invitation to introspection. I believe poetry is not just written, it is lived. I believe that any language with indecipherable letters pauses at the end of lines. Strange use of words and language voicing emotion, all these become our language once we get used to them. Of late, I have also started writing indentured histories of our forefathers to breathe some different air in between. Friends, I spoke enough on not only my language, my poetry, but also on my present works and future as well. Hope I could be able to make myself very clear to all of you. Finally, I should thank the Vice Chancellor, EFLU, Honorable Professor Inaugural, who is not here, unfortunately, but Madam Padmini Shankar has taken over the role of the Vice Chancellor and had done the honors for that. I should thank Professor Anand Mahanandji, Professor Devi Tarakeshwar, HOD Translation Studies EFLU, and all the organizers for thinking me as worthy of inviting to this great event. I would also like to thank Sri G. Devi Prasad for his insightful intro, and not but least Sri Sridhar and Uma Garu for translating my poems with so much of interest, care, love, involvement, and dedication. I will be failing in my duty if I forget the publishers of this book, Right River, Sri Divyajyoti Sharma, who have brought out this book so wonderfully well. I am sure there will be a lot of learning here and a lot of memories to take back home. for me. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. Now, I would like to turn our attention to the translators of the work. We will be hearing their views on the poetry collection and on the craft of translating poetry in general. So, over to you, Madam, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk and share some of my readers' ideas. I want to first ask a question to the lady who asked me the question about whose translation and so on. You watched the video. Reshmi rendered the translation. Is it our translation or Reshmi's? We had a new, Sridhar and I had a new way of looking at our own translation when we watched Reshmi. We heard her translation first, it was different. When she added the visuals and sent it, it was again very different. So it depends on how you view the translation, and I thought that's something that I would like to begin with, because every work of art, every creation has a way in which we understand and if there is an act of interpretation, you cannot deny the interpretation that goes into the act of translation. I would like to thank Mukunda Ramarao Garu on behalf of Sridhar and me for reposing faith in us. His poems are very different from the kinds of poetry, short stories, novella, critical work that we have translated. His is so steeped in philosophical insight that we wondered whether we were the right persons to translate it. But we thought that we would read it. We didn't promise him initially. We told him that we would read his poems. We read his poems, all 9 volumes of his poems. He told us of a few poems that were already translated. So we thought that we wouldn't repeat them because they're already out in the open. So why repeat those poems that are already there for the audience? So we decided to work on other poems. He let us have our own choice. So we said that we would look at these poems or translate these poems struck a chord in us. Maybe the chord is different. Maybe he was looking at it from a very philosophical or a spiritual kind of way in which he looked at it. For us, it was material. It was us. If we talked about migrants, we are migrants. Sridhar is a migrant from Andhra to here. So it's a migrant experience. All women are migrants in some way or the other. So the migrant experience appealed to us. So we picked up that poem. There's a poem on a daughter. As a daughter, I could see the pain that he was writing about as a father and a daughter. So we picked up such poems. And even when he talked about, some of the poems he talked about his language, we are constantly concerned about the words we use. A lot of people don't think about it, I want to share something with you which is very, very personal, which has hurt me so much, I'm not able to get over it for the faux pas I have committed. I lost a very close friend. Sridhar and I lost a very close friend. We went to see the person was lying there, and we went to see him. And I asked a question which I should never have asked because of the word that I used. It is correct English. It's a correct expression. but not the correct way in which you express it. I said, he had passed away in the hospital. So I asked the question, when did you bring the body back? And the doctor started weeping and crying. She said, it's not a body, it's not a body, it's a person. So you realize that for every word you choose, you have to be extremely careful about the word we choose, you know. Oh, nowadays, you know, youngsters say, I have youngsters living with me and they say, oh, that's the way we use language. No, if the word hurts, that's not the way you use language. You've got to think about it number of times before you use a word. And translation has given us that worldview much more than anything else that we have ever done. We have to be constantly conscious because the writers are conscious about what they are writing. So if we chose poems about language, it's because we were concerned about it, and that's some concern that we took. If we talked about retirement, that is something that I mean, Sridhar has taken a very, very early retirement. When I have taken a retirement, and then I wonder what happens to us. We're no longer a person to even the place from where we retired, you know. The chair there has more importance than what we are. So what happens to us? What happens? Really touched when Tarakeshwar says, ma'am, come over and talk to us. Oh, and two students sitting here who came after almost 30 years. Yeah, 30 years and said that I mean, they didn't say it, but what they are saying is, you mean to us. That's why we are here. So retirement, poems like that. We chose only those we wanted to. He has written so much more. And so much more that is spiritual. Oh God, let those who are spiritual pick up those poems and translate them. You have a wealth before you. Those of you who know Telugu, pick up those poems. If you have that kind of a mindset, please pick up. That's why I said in the beginning, when a writer said, oh, they don't know English, that's why they chose Explorer rather than Seeker. No, we know our English. But we know that a woman explores herself, or I know a woman explores herself. You know, I explore myself even today. In my 70s, I explore myself. Because I want to find myself. I don't think I've found myself as yet. So it's a thing that we constantly explore. So I thank you for giving us that freedom. Lot of people have asked us. One of the poets and writers is sitting at the back. And many of the writers ask me, Meera, Gundramara poetry translate chesara. Oh, you know, how could you do that? Because most of the work we have done are of Dalit poets, left writers, feminists, you know, all of these. How come you are translating Mukunda Ramarao? But every poet has something that he or she can give us, and this goes back to Sridhar's statement in the beginning that we only translate what we like, what we want to translate. We have never done anything else. We choose the poem and we are happy the writers give us that freedom to do. Otherwise, we won't translate. We are here for a cause. We are here because we love to bring it out. We are, okay, you don't want us to do it, it doesn't matter. We have read the corpus and we had much more educated after the corpus. And we have had a learning experience. It doesn't matter to us. We have not wasted our time. I mean, I'm sure you'll find something else. But no, Mr. Mukunda Ramarao said, no, go ahead, do your translation, and we did it. And as he said, we have to thank Dhruvajyoti, Divya Jyoti, because I had a student called Dhruvajyoti. I constantly say Dhruvajyoti Sharma, who gave us the time, patience, it's very picky. You missed out a dash here, you want a dash, you don't want a dash. Small things came back to us. And he designed the cover, whatever he wanted, we gave him our inputs. And he came up with that so many times, back and forth with the author with us. So we are very thankful to Red River for bringing out this wonderful collection. The book is out there for you all. But before I end, I want to thank two people. We have dedicated the book to them. Sridhar's mother and my mother. I lost my mother in '99. Sridhar lost his mother 2 weeks ago. And they were not highly educated, but they gave us the love of the words, of language, of ideas. Incidentally, Sridhar and his mother translated together a Tamil story into English, and it has been published. The story was called Verkadai. Verkadai in Tamil means groundnut or peanut, whichever way you want to do it. So that's the story they translated. And I want to thank my mother, for I may have been in a different field, but maybe I would have still done this. After my BA and BSc, when I wanted to do something, she said, why don't you do literature? No, I always loved reading. She had studied only till the 10th, but she read a lot. So she said, why don't you read literature, you may like it. When I wanted to do maths. I wanted to go past history. My parents weren't willing to send me outside of Hyderabad. I didn't want to do it in Hyderabad. They said, rather than sit at home, not like today's girls or boys who want a year off. What do you call it? You take that year, we didn't have that concept at all. So I said, okay, let me try literature. I did okay, first year. Second year I did all right. I enjoyed some, I didn't enjoy some. Then I did a PhD and started to be involved, and then whether it's fortunate or not, we both joined University of Hyderabad together. Coming from different backgrounds, different places, we joined it together. Young Tarakeshwar, he's still young, but a younger Tarakeshwar was a student in that university. And we started our journey in translation at that time. Our first translation was published on May 16, 1993 in the Hindu. And it's about a young woman, a woman prostitute who's looking out of her window, wondering about her life. We have wondered about our life from that day onwards, wondering to understand our lives through the act of translating poetry. Thank you once again, Ramarao Garu, for giving us this opportunity of discovering, rediscovering, rediscovering ourselves. And thank you all very much. And thank you for staying till this. I know you must be having a lot of administrative work, and yet you have stayed back. Thank you so much, Professor Fatmi. And Tarakeshwar, thank you. I hope your faith in us. We haven't let you down in our faith in us. Thank you, and thank you for you have had the opportunity. And all of you in London, an old student of ours who still keeps in touch. Sudhakar and Anuradha for coming here after passed out in 1989. 89. From PG College, Kashipur, and my first batch of students in that place. So before I moved to the University of Hyderabad, thank you, and Ramesh Karu, thank you very much for being here. And all of you, I don't know you by name, but as they say in Telugu, each one by name, I thank you all very much for being here. And why don't you speak from there? Say a few words, and then, if there's time, we will read a couple of poems, if that's okay.
I just will add just a couple of words. I want to read what we have said in the after the translators note. We borrowed this quote from Amber. A good translator does not ever take over the original text. She nudges it gently like a boat into the ocean of another language, knowing the boat is as important as the ocean, and not letting it capsize is the real victory of both the translator and author. The translation should never happen as a unilateral venture. It should always be a combined effort, and we trust that this translation has been a combined effort of Kundra Madagaru and the two of us, the translators. And there are two things that happen in translation which I want to talk about. One is that, yes, the translation is a collaborative activity between the writer and the translators. But once a poem or a short story has been translated from one language into another, Uma and I, in this case, can claim that every word in this book, every comma, every hyphen, and the silences in between are as much ours, the two of us, as his own. So that's the greatness of the translation, that it starts at one point and it goes beyond that. And thank you so much for sparing your time on a Friday afternoon to spend time listening to translation on the occasion of World Translation Day, which perhaps was the right occasion for launching this book. We thank I thank Nagaraju for being so kind and wanting to be with us, but circumstances have been otherwise. Thank Agni Shankar for really accurately. We cannot adequately thank Anand Mahanand, who has been instrumental in doing all the work, and as has always been the case with Anand, he's a quiet worker. I've been fortunate to have been his teacher in University of Hyderabad, and we have kept in touch for many years. I used to come and borrow books, though I have been a student in this university. This university would not allow people from outside, because I became an outsider once. I was not a student here, to come and sit in the library. I mean, very strange institutional rules. I mean, how can an institution, an academic institution, prevent a person from coming and reading? Well, they may have their own. We have fought that with our own university and the University of Hyderabad. At least till the time we were there, there was no bar on other people entering and using. Anyway, that was that. So I would come and borrow books, take books on his card, read them and give it back to him. So that's on Tarakeshwar, of course. A lot has been said about Tarakeshwar by Uma. I can't adequately thank you for allowing us this opportunity. And all the faculty here, those Uma, Sri, Profila, and all of you young research scholars, students, and our own poet friend, Babu, there sitting quietly in the last row. In fact, he wrote one of the forewords to Mukundra Garu's book, and so we were very particular that he should be here. And thank you. We end with reading a couple of poems. Mukundra Garu will read a poem in Telugu and Kumar will translate.
Oh, I can speak in Telugu, right? So, ఈ కవిత శీర్షిక నేను, that is I. తీరాలు సముద్రాలు దాటుతున్న రక్తాన్ని, తీరాలు సముద్రాలు దాటుతున్న రక్తాన్ని, ప్రాంతాలు నదులు దాటిన శరీరాన్ని, రంగు మార్చని పువ్వులు, రంగు మార్చని పువ్వులు, భాషరాని పాటలు, పక్షుల ఆకాశ భాషలు, పక్షుల ఆకాశ భాషలు, నవ్వుతూ ఏడుస్తూ సాగిపోతున్న మేఘాన్ని, చేతులు చాచి ఆహ్వానిస్తున్న ఆకాశాన్ని, నచ్చిన సుగంధాన్ని పంచుతున్న గాలిని, కాంతిలో కళ్ళు నింపుకుంటున్న దీపాన్ని, కాంతిలో కళ్ళు నింపుకుంటున్న దీపాన్ని, మార్గదర్శకుల నీడని, ఆకుల కన్నీరు కాల్చుతున్న చెట్లు, రాస్తూ చెరిపేస్తున్న వర్షాన్ని, సముద్రం తల్లి తండ్రికి చేరువవుతున్నాయి, సముద్రం తల్లి తండ్రికి చేరువవుతున్నాయి. అది నేను.
Thank you. I wish we had heard you read before we translated the poems. Maybe that's where we want. I now read the English translation. I am the blood that crosses the shores, the oceans, the body that crosses the regions, the rivers, the flower that does not change its color, the song that knows no language, the sky language of the birds, the cloud that moves along smiling, weeping, the sky that invites with outstretched arms, the wind that exudes pleasant aroma, the night that fills its eyes in the brightness, the shadow of the forerunners, the tree that sheds deep tears, the rain that erases even as it writes, the river that merges with the parent ocean. Or shall I read? I want to read a poem called Self-Introspection. Nothingness is the secret gaze that looks can't reach. Silence is the infinite universe that words can't reach. Obsession with gods is as wonderful as the rising and setting of the ocean sun. I am neither exceptional nor different. How many did they see and mistakenly feel that it was I they had seen? Why did they trouble of searching? I have followed for the attraction of the ocean. I am alone in the night river. I'm searching for myself in waves, in dreams, in everything. Time constraints, anticipations are shadows involved. In the endless journey in all directions, I will introduce me as myself to everyone again and again. Thank you. And I'll read one on the daughter and stop there, and Shika can read whatever he wants. It's called When It's Time to Go. When daughter comes and she's leaving. When it's time to go. You don't want to leave. Nor do I want to send you. She's here, the daughter is here. Okay, I don't know whether it's about her or about the other daughter. It's about her. Okay. Not that, okay, it's about you. Not that one is not aware that one has to leave. Helpless. You, I. Even so, like dawn, like tomorrow, we keep looking forward that something magical will happen, that you will stay back. Okay, we also want to stay back. We don't want to leave an enthralled audience, but we do have to stop. We do have to go. Thank you so much.
Actually, this is retired. Suddenly, Veeramananda. Though that day was like any other day, as if something unknown was known just then, as if aging took place unknowingly. The known world appearing so new, so strange. Latest anxieties of new fears that couldn't be ignored. Habituated life having ended. Alliances that needed to be cultivated. Every moment that the ego was being hurt, loneliness without authority. Though every day is a Sunday. Though every day is a Sunday, except for suspicions or hopes, days that are beyond the reach of thoughts. Days that are beyond the reach of thoughts. Chairs that have no leisure, unless they breathe. Though broken men without leisure. Unending gain, unimpressive song. Is life just that?
Okay, so on behalf of the audience and myself, I thank all three of you, Ramarao sir, Maman and Sridhar sir, for this insightful and inspiring discussion and also the poetry reading. Thank you all. Now we will break for a short tea and then reconvene for the conference. It's a 10-minute break. Okay, thank you all.
You can also catch up with the translators and others during the time.
Yeah. Actually, let me give. I will. Ah.
Those thinking from eternity, when you're ready. That's what it is. How many people are attending? She'll only upload the files. Who is uploading? Who is uploading?
Let's coordinate.
Good time to all. It's a great pleasure to introduce the next session of our International Translation Day celebration. This session is specially designed to present multiple intermediate translation of King Bruce and the Spider into 15 different languages. Our presenters will bring to life the poem King Bruce and the Spider by Eliza Cook, a renowned 19th century English poet, journalist, and social reformer. The poem tells the legendary story of King Bruce of Scotland, who, after facing a series of defeats in battle, finds inspiration from humble spider. The king watches the spider try again and try to wave its web. Despite failing this simple act, the king learns the powerful lesson, perseverance, and hope, which later leads into victory. Poetry is a living example of how language becomes art. Accordingly, today we are privileged to host multiple intermediate translations from 15 different languages. Each presentation embodies cultural harmony and linguistic diversity. Without further delay, I kindly request all the presenters to keep their presentation within stipulated time and briefly share a few words about the translation process if they wish. Accordingly, the first performance will be an enactment of the poem King Bruce and the Spider by Pragya Ria Madhurima, research scholars from Department of Translation Studies, English and Foreign Languages University. Let's welcome them to the stage, please.
King Bruce of Scotland flung himself down in a lonely mood to think. It's true, he was a monarch and he wore a crown, but his heart was beginning to sink. Now he had tried to do a great deed to make his people glad, yet try as he might, he couldn't succeed, and so he became quite sad.
And leave all of it.
Now, just at that moment, the spider dropped with its silky cobweb cloak. The king stopped in the midst of his thinking to see what that spider would do. It was a long way up to the ceiling dome. Up it went with a strong endeavor. But down it came with a slippery sprawl, as near the ground as ever. Up it went again. The second it didn't stay. Till it still fell lower.
This foolish thing, it won't try again. As it twirls and tumbles and climbs and keeps falling again and again. Foolish thing.
But up the insect went once more. steadily, higher and higher, inch by inch, and a bold little run at the very last pinch put him into his little cot.
This is an anxious moment. This is an anxious minute. You say, will it climb up or keep falling again?
Steadily, steadily, inch by inch, higher it went, and the bold little run at the very last pinch put him into his little cot.
Bravo! Bravo! Bravo! I remember it, but bravo! Bravo to all those who tried. To all those who do not say I can't. If this Friday can, then why can't
And King Bruce of Scotland raised his smile, and gossips tell the tale, and tried once more as he tried before, and that time he did not fail.
Take good heed, all you who read, and beware of saying, I can't. For it is a cowardly word, and apt to lead to idleness, folly, and want.
whenever you find your heart despair of doing some goodly thing, come over the strain, try bravely again, and remember the spider
and the king.
Moving ahead, I invite Ajay Gentry Mereda to present his translation of King Goose and the Spider into Russian, showcasing how the poem's message and the spirit are conveyed across languages and culture. Let's welcome him.
Hello everyone. We are going to present the King Goose and Spider poem in Turkmen as well as in Russian. So, Padşah Rusya'ya oğluna, yürü çöpün gamli, ters takımda da yurt dolanlarda da, kârıkın görünmek damli.
Saadet bekledim. Uyuşet me abiyarladı. Gayta tinanne masarmada sonuçuyla meynan.
Yeri kılyar kami halda, yürü doktor, bir tarım fikir edip otur, koy taşlar yer.
Son mahatta bırmayı göründü. İnce sorun terkti. Hassa oynanmasın oydu. Onun gerekleri değildir.
Asmanı seni yukarı bağır, ince yüklükten tarlan. Ne yetecek de şort oldu, padişah akıl yetip bilmedi.
Güçlen yukarıladı. Yukarıdan beyler çıktı. Oradan yıkılan aşağı kaçar. Yeni yer bilen demin oldu.
Yine de demişti, daman, yukarı taraf uğradı. Yine de yıkılıp teslim oldu, ama anamını getirmedi.
Yine başını kaldırdı. Yine de yarın arşını bitirdi. Yolu dünyada kıyın ortada uğurlu hikmetleri.
Yine yıkıldı, yine kaldı. Yukarı aşağı yol taktı. Günlerin devamında gayta, dokuz edip pinandı.
Ondan taslayacak, gidip aşağıya çıkmalar. Sonça dekme, sonça gayret, ahırdan boş olur.
Ama mır yine uğradı. Yüreği donmadı. Bir adım kaldı, torun yetmedi. Padişah yeter yetmemi deyip oylandı.
Wash mouth'ed yakaratırmıştı. Ahırkâdın da güç toprak öğreniyet.
Berekallah deyip bayırdı padişah. Tinanlara hormat, mö yendi, gam yendi, mennem için başarmayın hatta.
Sondan tam profirön berküttü, ilarasında kurulma, yine sinen zilin kıyali en maksafar yenişaren.
Now, Atash is going to present the same poem in Russian.
Король шотландский был один, был умный сидел. Да, он носил венов, был властелин, но дух его славил. Он подвиг совершить хотел, чтоб радость дать стране. Но сколько раз он не питался, не сумел. И стало грустно мне. Он пал отчаяние на пол. Как может скромный муж? И вдруг сказал, подумав, прошу все, я прям своих душ. И в тот же миг спустился вниз, тончайший прядь нить, и король в раздумье замерел, захотел на тот взглянуть. Высоко к воду он тянулся, и нить была хрупко, и как-то кровли он доберется, не знал король. Ползет, старается вперед, с усилием взбираясь, но столкнув, он вниз идет, чуть землю не касаясь. И снова вверх, без жалоб слов, без малой слабости и станов. Пускай сорвался он еще, не статься все же ничем. Он голову поднял опять, проплел свой путь упрямо, поляка выше стал избираться. Вот путь был очень тягостный и странный. Опять сорвался он долой, но на миг вернулся и вверх, и вниз. В борьбе такой он 9 раз метался. Ну все, сказал король теперь, он больше не взберется, так тщетно трудится, терпя хотел, и всякий раз сорвется. Но наскомья опять попробовал с силой, еще чуть и сел достигнул, не что, но в могилу, но стойко твердо, днем за днем. Все выше он ползет, и в самом конце рыком одним добрался он до свод. «Браво!» — скричал король, «хвала тому, кто верит, паук презрел отчаяние, и я смогу поверить». И Брюс собрал опять свой дух, и люди молят, он повторил побитку вновь, и этот раз не зря.
Thank you, Ajit Chelvi Melody and Shamuhamed Mela Shamalite for your Russian translation. I believe that both your works beautifully convey the poem's message and the spirit, making it accessible, beautiful, and meaningful to the new audience. Moving to the next presentation. Now, let's welcome Dr. Layali Gamanse, who has translated King Bruce and the Spider into Arabic. A creation preserves the poet's message of determination and the resilience while adapting the style and the rhythm to Arabic poetic tradition. Let's welcome her.
Good evening. I will present my attempt in translating the poem into Arabic. الملك بروس والعنكبوت. جلس بروس ملك اسكتلندا وحيدا مهموما وقد خاب الامل، ملك متوج في علياء المجد لكن قلبه بالهم قد ثقل، سعى ليفعل امرا عظيما جليلا لشعبه يزرع الفرح والامل، حاول مرارا فما كان السبيل فخاب وغشى قلبه الوجل، فألقى بنفسه في يأس عميق كأن الهم لا حد له والكرب في قلبه مستعد، وفي لحظة تفكير
قال بلهجة تضيق: سأتخلى عن كل شيء. وإذا بعنكبوت في تلك اللحظات تهوي بخيط من الحرير اللطيف، فتوقف الملك يراقب في صمت بنظر شغيف، فالمسافة نحو السطح بعيدة والخيط دقيق كخيط الحرير. فقال الملك: كيف تبلغ موطنها؟ أيعقل أن تصعد هذا السقيم؟ وإن تتشبك وتزحف بثبات تصعد بعزم وقلب جسور، لكنها سقطت في لحظات عاثرات كأنها لم تبرح الأرض تدور. صعدت من جديد بلا أي توان ولا شكوى تسمع أو أنين، حتى سقطت أدنى، وفي ذلك المكان تراخت قليلا وغشى الوهن الجبين. تماسكت رأسها وعادت تصعد، فنالت من العلو قدر نصف ذراع. تمشي على خيط رقيق محدود، طريق تنهك فيه الأقدام باجتهاد. وسقطت من جديد فتدل أدناها، لكنها صعدت سريعا لا تلين، تصعد وتهبط بطيئا وسراها، وعدوا لها 9 سعي ما خاب فيها العزيز. هنا صرخ الملك: هذا المخلوق الغريب لن يحاول التسلق بعد اليوم ولن يصيب. كم تعب ليبلغ ليتثبت ليمضي للأمام ويسقط دوما، فإن الفشل له نصيب. فصعدت ثانية بعزم شديد: يا أنا، إنها لحظة حاسمة، لم يبقى سوى قدم واحدة، هل تفلح أم تتعثر خطوتها؟ تصعد بثبات بسط تلو الأخرى، أعلى وأعلى كأن بها عزيمة صخر. وفي اللحظات الأخيرة وثبت بجرأة، فبلغت مأواها بيتها بعد الصراع. برافو برافو، صاح الملك العظيم لكل من يسعى كل المجد والتكريم. هذه العنكبوت تسلقا قد غلبت يأس السقوط، أفأستكين أنا؟ فهفى إلى العلياء بروز، وعاد كما كان في بأسه وهمته. قالوا عند الناس قصة عزمه، عاد المحاولة ولم يلقى الفناء. فأنصت إلى كلماتي إذا ما قد قرأت، واحذر بأن تقول لا أستطيع، فالعجز لفظ الجبن يقود لقسوة ويجرك للكسل المضيع البليغ. وإن ضج قلبك من يأس العمل وفكرت في الخير هل أستطيع، فأعد للنفس لحم العنكبوت والملك وجرب شجاعا، فالعزيمة لا تضيع.
Thank you, Layali Said, for your insightful Arabic translation. So while presenting the poem, you can go through the web translation of the same poem in the screen also. So next we have a creative interpretation of the poem in the form of a fiction in English. This translation brings the poem's message into a vivid narrative style. So please join me in welcoming Subhashini Gunasekaran, PhD scholar from the Department of English Language and Education.
Hello and good evening, everybody. I'm Subhashini Gunasekaran from the Department of EFLU. So we all saw how the king felt on seeing the spider. So let's see how the spider felt. So this is an attempt at ekphrasis. So basically turning one art form into another, from poetry to fiction, from the point of view of the spider. I begin. La Rania, female of the species. My name is little known in songs and tales of the great King of Scots. Allow me to introduce myself with some of the names that history failed miserably to erase. I am La Rania, Arachne, Calais, Anasi, and Yorubu, a humble weaver. My home was a silken constellation of my own making, anchored high in the cold stone ceiling of a cave. It was my world, my sanctuary. Until the great wind of a swinging door shattered its symmetry, casting me and a single fragile thread into the void below. I landed far from home. In the gloom, I felt a heavy gaze. A man was there. A king, I would later understand, though he wore his crown of despair more visibly than any jeweled diadem. He was a monument of defeat. His sorrow weighed the air. His eyes, searching to project, fell on me. He did not see me as a fellow creature of purpose. To him, I was a diversion from his own misery. And little did he attempt to hide it. My first ascent was strong and sure. I climbed the thread I had spun, my 8 legs finding a rhythm on the willful rope. With the air still unsettled from his presence, a tiny current was enough. I fell, a slippery splawl into the cold ground, so near his heavy boot. I steadied myself and began again. The man's eyes followed me, not with empathy, but with contempt colored as curiosity. Each time I fell, a second, a third, a fourth dizzying tumble, I heard his silent verdict. He counted my attempts like a jailer counting lashes, believing each one proved his own thesis of surrender. He took me for a fool for his comic relief, whilst I learned the air's secret currents. With every climb, I tested a new strength in my limbs. My goal was not a reckless gamble, but a calculated, inevitable return. His cowardice was caged, a cage he had built himself, in which he aimed to capture me too. I began the 10th climb, not a blind rush, but a deliberate conquest. Steadily, I could feel his anxiety now, and the projection of his own fear of failure onto my efforts. He held his breath and wiped the sweat off his brow, taking my success or failure for his own. No, it was mine, and mine alone. With a final leap, I passed the threshold. I was home. Below, the man was transformed. Bravo, bravo, he cried out, as if he had just discovered a universal secret. All honor to those who try. He conquered, why shouldn't I? He said. He called me a he. I was a it in my failure and a he in my victory. I was astounded with the patience he held to assign my gender, or to miscast me all the same in the end. My achievement was not a metaphor for his war. My tale is not his to tell. Voices immortalized how he tried once more and did not fail. The king saw a man where one was not, and took his lesson there. Unaware, he trespassed on a queen in her sovereign lair. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhashini Kulasekaran, for that wonderful rendition of the poem. So, especially your story version beautifully captured the spirit of courage at the heart of the king and the spider. It was truly inspiring to see how translation can transform poetry into variety while preserving its emotional depth. Moving forward, I invite Shivani, PhD scholar in Spanish language and literature from the Department of Spanish and Italian Studies, who has translated Elizabeth King's Bruce and the Spider into Spanish. Her work adapts the poem into accessible contemporary prose poetry while preserving its core narratives. Let's welcome her.
Good evening and thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to narrate this poem first in Spanish. The title of the poem is El Rey de Escocia y la Araña. En profunda soledad, el rey de Escocia al suelo echóse, porque pensaba, de cierto monarca era, con la gran corona y gloria. Pero al mismo tiempo, su corazón empezó a hundirse. Intentaba realizar un acto heroico, para lograr la felicidad de todo su pueblo. Lo intentaba sin triunfo magnífico, que le causó un poquito de dolor. En una total desesperación se desplomó, tan triste como un hombre puede ser. Cuando al rato después contempló quieto, me rindo ya del todo, sí dijo él. Una araña justo en ese instante se desprendió con su hilo de telaraña de seda, que los pensamientos del rey suspendió, para ver lo que ella haría. Era un camino largo hasta la bóveda, y de un hilo tan fino ella pendía. Así llevaría su telaraña a su hogar. El rey Bruce imaginar no podía. De pronto empezó a arrastrar la araña y por la pared traparse lentamente, con la determinación constante, pero al suelo caía desmadejándose. ¡Arriba, arriba! Ella voló al tope, sin siquiera parar un segundo ni un lamento, hasta que cayó abajo y ahí se quedó, un poquito aturdida y abatida. Se refusó y se fue de nuevo. Viajó unos pasos más hacia lo alto. Era un hilo delicado que tenía que hacer un camino donde sus pies cansarían. De nuevo se cayó abajo, pero subió de nuevo, hacia arriba y abajo, a veces rápido y otras lento. En total se contaron 9 intentos intrépidos. De seguro, gritó el rey, esa criatura diminuta e insensata jamás puede empeñarse en subir, cuando esfuerza tanto por lograr y arrastrarse. Y cada vez que se cae al suelo, pero se fue arriba una vez más la araña. Ahí es un momento de ansiedad. Se queda a tan solo un pie de la puerta de la araña. Digamos, perderá o ganará. Paso a paso con firmeza. Subió y subió. Un impulso audaz en el momento último se le llevó a su hogar propio. ¡Bravo! ¡Bravo!, exclamó el señor. Los que intentan tienen todo el honor. Aquella araña superó la desesperación. Por fin consiguió. ¿Por qué yo no? Y así el rey decidió. Y los rumores cuentan la historia. Que él intentó una última vez como antes. En ese momento, todo fue un éxito. Prestad oídos atentos, vosotros los queridos lectores. Cuidado con decir, yo no puedo. Es una frase pusilánime y puede llevaros a la vagancia, necedad y necesidad. Cuando se siente desesperado vuestro corazón de hacer un acto bueno, superad la tensión y recordad la historia del rey y la araña. Thank you. I want to talk about my translation here. In Spanish, to say spiders, we use the word la araña, which introduces the feminine gender here, which brings another reinterpretation of the text, wherein the king learned a lesson from the spider, which is very patient. And of course, it may not have rhymed and rhythmed as it is, like with AB structure. However, I tried to retain the imagery of the poem. Thank you for giving me this time.
Is it my?
Thank you, Shivani, for your detailed Spanish translation. By seeing your web translation, I can say that your work skillfully preserve the poem's narrative and moral values. Thank you very much. Now we move to a melodious interpretation of the poem. This performance transforms the poem's inspiring verses into a song, blending rhythm and emotion to highlight its message in Malayalam. Let's welcome Anand Sune, PhD scholar from the Department of Translation Studies.
Hello everyone. So my team and I have made a song out of this, a Malayalam song out of the poem. It's an interthematic translation. So I quickly summarize the process. I kind of wrote the lyrics and made a sample tune. Then Hari programmed the drums. Sam did the mixing and mastering, and also did a lot of the bass and all. The Sam is here. Thank you, Sam, for. I mean, we spent a lot of time, almost 2 days full, the last 2 days working on it. And then there is Ivan who gave the strumming from the acoustic guitar, and finally Sneha made the lyric video for this, which I will bring right now. So yeah, here goes. Hello. വയ്യണ്ടായേ ഒരടി വച്ചാലോ പിന്നെ പോണേ രണ്ടടിയേ വയ്യണ്ടായേ പുഴ നീന്തി കേറിപ്പോയാലോ മുന്നേ മഴനാലാണ് മഴ നീന്തി തീർത്താൽ തീക്കടലാണ് ഇരുറവരെണ്ണം കണ്ടതിനരികെ കാറ്റാടി മരങ്ങൾക്കരികെ തലച്ചാച്ചുണ്ടിരിക്കെ കണ്ണുകൾ ചിമ്മി ചിമ്മി അടഞ്ഞേ നേരം പറയുന്നതായി പൊലിഞ്ഞേ പറന്നേയുള്ളിലെയാളും തീയോ ചൊട്ടി ചൊട്ടിയതില്ലാണ്ടാരെ മരതകമതിൽ മുള്ളു പിടിച്ചതുപോലെ കല്ലാടിച്ചില്ലേ മീതെ കാലത്തും നീതി മടക്കി മുൻവല നെയ്യുന്നവനാരോ ഞാനുകളൊന്നൊന്നാൽ കെട്ടി വലിയൊരു വലയായി നെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് വന്നൊരു ഈറങ്കാറ്റിയൊക്കെ പൊട്ടി പോയേ വയ്യാണ്ടായേ ഈ കാണുന്ന പ്രാണിയും ഞാനും ഒക്കെ പോറ്റന്നേ വേണ്ടെന്നായേ മലമേടും കടലും താണ്ടാൻ ഇനി വയ്യായേ വിധിയാന്നേ മാറ്റാൻ നിൽക്കാൻ ഞാൻ ആരാന്നേ കാറ്റാണേ ഇനിയും വീശിയടിച്ചേ വെയിലോ മൂർത്താവിൽ പതിച്ചേ ഞാൻ ഇനി മുന്നോട്ടില്ല മയക്കം മാറി തിരിച്ചു നടപ്പാണേ വെറുതെ ഞാൻ നേരെ കൊന്നു പിടിച്ചേ ജില്ലേ ചുറ്റിയ നോട്ടമയച്ച് കണ്ടത് രണ്ടം ഇവിടെ മീതെ നിൽക്കണ മരതക വീരൻ വിധിതാനേ കാറ്റിന് ഊക്കം കൂടി നടുക്കരകളിൽ വീണത് പോയേ പിന്നെ കണ്ടത് മൂന്നാം വലയുടെ കെട്ടുക തീർക്കും വീരൻ വല പുതിയത് വീണ്ടും പൊട്ടി ഇനി നെയ്തത് വീണ്ടും പൊട്ടി നെല്ലിട നിർത്താണ്ടോ അവനോ ഞാണ് നിവർത്തി പുതിയത് നെയ്തേ തോറ്റോടില്ലേ കാറ്റിനിയും വീശും എന്നാൽ വീശപ്പെട്ടേ തോറ്റോടില്ലേ മല നെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും മലയും തോറ്റോടില്ലേ മുന്നോട്ടാന്നേ പല മത്തിൽ കാറ്റ് പൊതിച്ചേ മുറുകെ നിന്നേ മുന്നോട്ടാണേ മുന്നോട്ടാണേ കാലിനിയും നീങ്ങും ഞാനിനി മുന്നോട്ടാണേ മനമിനിയും കൊല്ലും ഞാനിനി മുന്നോട്ടാണേ.
Thank you, Anandu, for that heartfelt and inspiring musical rendition of the poem. So, up next, I would like to welcome Sriyash Moria. He will present translation of King Bruce and the Spider in Hindi form in the king's perspective. Let's welcome Sriyash Moria.
Thank you so much. My name is Sriyash Moria and I am a research scholar at Department of English, University of Delhi. This is a monologue from the perspective of the king. I would confess that it becomes sort of meaningless after her performance, her monologue from the perspective of Spider. And I also thought to write, but I failed to write from the perspective of Spider. I tried to write it from the perspective of the king. उस पल तो मैं बादशाह हरगिज नहीं था। गम, उदासी और नाकामी ने मुझे ऐसे वीराने में धकेल दिया था जहां मुझे अपना नाम ब्रूस और स्कॉटलैंड का तख्त दोनों अजनबी लगने लगे थे। मेरा सारा का सारा वजूद सवालों के घेरे में था। मेरा कसूर महज इतना था कि मैं अपनी रियाया, अपने लोगों को खुशहाल देखना चाहता था और उसके लिए मैंने कोशिशें की, बार बार, लगातार। मैं चाहता था कि मेरी सल्तनत तरक्की करे, मगर मैं नाकाम था। मेरी हर कोशिश के बदले मुझे अगर कुछ मिली तो वो थी नाकामी। और आखिर वो वक्त आया जब मुझे महसूस हुआ कि मेरे हौसलों की कश्ती अब नाकामियों के और थपेड़े नहीं खा सकती है। ऐसा लग रहा था जैसे मायूसी ही मेरा अफसाना हो और शिकस्त मेरा मुकद्दर बन चुकी है। अपनी नाकामियों के भंवर में मैं उलझता ही चला जा रहा था कि ठीक उसी वक्त एक मकड़ी छत से गिरी। महज एक नाजुक से रेशमी धागे पर लटक रही वो मकड़ी गुंबद की छत पे जालों से बने अपने घरों तक चढ़ने की कोशिश करती और फिसलकर फर्श के और करीब आ जाती। वो हर बार फिसलती मगर हर बार चढ़ने लगती। मैं उसे बार बार नाकाम होते देख रहा था। उसकी चढ़ने की जिद हर बार दायर चली जाती। अब तक मकड़ी महज एक छोटा सा कीड़ा नहीं रह गई थी। मैं खुद को उसकी जगह देखने लगा था। मेरे जहन के भीतर की मायूसी थोड़ी सी और स्याह हो चली थी। मैंने भी जितनी दफे अपनी मंजिल की तरफ बढ़ने की कोशिश की, मुझे रास्ते भर फिसलन और शिकस्त तो मिली थी। मेरे हौसले फर्श तले कहीं कमजोर हो चुके थे। 9 बार फिसल कर तो नीचे गिरने पर अब तो उस बददिमाग कीड़े को भी हार मान लेनी चाहिए थी, मगर वो फिर से एक बार चढ़ी और चढ़ती ही गई। अब महज एक हाथ भर की दूरी, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हर एक कदम बड़े एहतियात से रखती हुई, हिम्मत से भरी एक आखिरी दौड़, और वो अपने जाले तक पहुंच ही गई। काबिले तारीफ उस मकड़ी ने आखिर बुलंदियों को जीत ही लिया। मायूसियों और शिकस्तों पर फतह हासिल कर ली एक छोटी सी मकड़ी ने। एक छोटी सी मकड़ी ने। अगर एक बेजुबान कीड़े ने एक कारनामा कर दिखाया तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता? उस मकड़ी की तरह मैंने भी एक और कोशिश की, अपने वजूद को फर्श से अर्श तक ले जाने की। मैंने कोशिश की और कामयाब हुआ। अपनी सल्तनत में हर रोज तैरती खुशियों को देखता हूं तो खुद ब खुद याद आता है शिकस्त में डूबा हुआ एक दिन, एक छोटी सी मकड़ी और एक बार, बस एक बार और कोशिश करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Shriyas, for bringing the poem to life in Hindi form. Your presentation beautifully highlighted how translation can capture and share cultural experience. Thank you so much. Our next presenter will be Deepesh Nandakishore Sonamane, undergraduate from the English and Foreign Languages University, will explore how single story can be into a new life through language and form. Let's welcome.
I would like to take center stage instead because the Povada as an art form is something that is performed. It is not something that is recited. It is performed in all different ways. It is drama, it is a skit, it is storytelling, it is acting. It is pretty much everything all at once. Am I audible back there? I am right. Okay, mic is on.
No, it is the camera.
Moving the lights.
Okay. So the Povada, it is a very vast art form and it usually is performed with a whole troupe of artists. It is not something that is performed with just a single actor on stage. So to perform an actual Povada, I would have needed a group of actors with me who would dance with me, enact it out with me, recite it with me, because there are a lot of choruses in there. There are a lot of repetitions in a Povada. But since the time constraints do not allow it, and since it was rather difficult to procure a troupe at such a short interval, I'll be performing a Povada, not performing. I would instead be reciting it in an exaggerated manner, I would say, alone, and I try to do my best to do justice to it. So we'll start off with the Povada, which I titled Raja Bruce and Kolisa Povada. So Raja Bruce, King Bruce, and the spider is called a Koli in Marathi. So here it goes. गुहेत बसला राजा ब्रूस, मनात होता खोल उसास, 7 वेळा लढला रणात, 7 वेळा झाला पराभवास. Here parabhavas, I use this word particularly because parabhav is defeat in Marathi, and parabhavas, it adds to the rhyme structure, the rhythm structure. Since I earlier used usas, which is like a deep loneliness, it is like a sadness, grief, because that is what encapsulates how King Bruce was feeling. So the next stanza though, here King Bruce is lamenting and he asks, काय उरला आता माझा? What is left of me? राज्य गेलं, my kingdom went. नावही गमावलं, I lost my name as well. देवही आता नसेल माझा. Even God has forsaken me now. नशिबानं सगळं हिसकावलं. Luck has taken everything away from me. काय उरला आता माझं म्हणे? राज्य गेलं, नावही गमावलं, देवही आता नसेल माझा. नशिबानं सगळं हिसकावलं. अंधाऱ्यात डोळे, थंड दगडावर एक कोळी विणत होती जाळोशी. अंधाऱ्यात गुहे, गुहा is a cave, so I said in the dark cave. अंधाऱ्यात गुहे, थंड दगडावर एक कोळी विणत होती जाळोशी. कधी पडतो, कधी पुन्हा चढतो. कधी पडतो आणि कधी पुन्हा चढतो. कधी थरथरतो. थरथरना is shivering. It shivered because of the impacts that it was getting. It shivered. कधी थरथरतो, कधी पुन्हा चढतो. कधी थरथरतो, कधी थांबत नाही तरी थांबत नाही. कधी थरथरतो, तरी थांबत नाही. It shivered, but then it did not stop. It never stopped. राजा पाहतो त्याच्याकडे, थकलेल्या डोळ्यांनी शांत. The king, with his tired eyes, he looks at the spider. And he begins thinking, अरे छोटा जीवा, कशाला रे एवढं? Hey you small life, hey you little life, why are you trying to climb with such desperation out there? अरे छोट्या जीवा, कशाला रे एवढं? सोड ना, झालं पुढं. Leave it, it's enough. पण कोळी म्हणे, पडलं तरी काय, उद्याही जाणं विणायचं भय. What if I fall today? I'll make a web tomorrow as well. I'll climb the web tomorrow as well and I'll go up tomorrow as well. पण कोळी म्हणे, पडलं तरी काय, उद्याही जाळं विणायचं भय. 6 वेळा पडलं त्याचं काय. Its work lost its way 6 times. The poem says 9 times. I just use 6. because I wanted an 8 in the poem. अरे पण कोणी म्हणे पडलं तरी काय उद्या हे जाळं विणायचं बरं. 6 वेळा पडलं त्याचं काम 7व्यांदा मात्र जाळं पूर्ण झालं नाही. On the 7th time, he almost reached. The spider, it almost reached its web on the 7th time. हे पाहता राजा उठला जागा. He was earlier sitting there, downtrodden. As soon as he saw that the spider has climbed down, he got up. Suddenly he felt enthused by the enthusiasm of the spider. हे पाहता राजा उठला जागा. जणू अंगारात जीव लागा. Angara is embers, the smoldering embers, and this particular line I used it here because I wanted it especially. Janu Angara Jiv Laga. So Angara embers. Embers are usually just smoldering out there. But then once you give them a certain impetus, once you feed something to them, feed some fuel to them, that's when the small embers they turn into a bright and big flame, right? So right here I use the Angara symbolism to make sure that the king's inner flame, which has been now rekindled, it is shown properly. Janu Angarat Jiv Laga. Ha koli shikun gela mana. This spider came and taught me something. Har manu noko re kadi bana. Never give up. Keep persevering. This small spider taught this king something so big. प्रयत्न तोच खरा धर्म आहे. धैर्य म्हणजे माणुसकी सगळी. पडून उठणं हेच राजेपण तेच खरी जिंकायची. राजा निघाला गुहेतून बाहेर. Now he left his cave. प्रयत्न तोच खरा धर्म आहे. धैर्य म्हणजे माणुसकी सगळी. पडून उठणं हेच राजेपण तेच खरी जिंकायची. राजा निघाला गुहेतून बाहेर. आभाळात उमटला जयघोष घनघट. आभाळात उमटला जयघोष घनघट. Which is like the clouds and the sky started now thundering. It is completely witnessing the joy, witnessing the enthusiasm and the confidence that is being shown. This is the sky celebrating the rekindling of the flame of the king. पुन्हा रणांगण गाठलं त्यानं शौर्यानं जिंकलं सिंहासन. He went to the battlefield again and this time he won his throne finally. आजही लोक म्हणतात गातात त्या कोळीचा धडा अमर. Even today, people speak about this particular incident about the king and the spider. आजही लोक म्हणतात गाता त्या कोळीचा धडा अमर. 7 वेळा पडलास तरी रे 8व्यांदा होणार सफल स्वर.
Thank you, Deepesh Nandekishno, for reimagining King Bruce and the Spider as both short story and Marathi Boda form. So thank you once again for that inspiring reflection. You have shown how one story can live and breathe differently in different forms. Thank you. Up next, we have S.A. Sheila Sagar and the team to share their innovative adaptation of King Bruce and the Spider. In this version, they have transformed the literary ballad into a performed monologue, inspiring from the Kuttu tradition of Tamil Nadu and Kerala to recount the story in balladic quality. Thank you.
A few clarifications before I begin the performance. There is since it's an intermediate translation, there obviously had to be a change in the form, and so it's a lyrical ballad, it's a literary ballad which had to be made into a monologue. But I have tried to retain the balladic quality of the source in the translation, and I have also contextualized the story. So King Bruce of Scotland becomes King Bruce of Malaynadu. Malaynadu basically translates to the land of mountains, because Scotland has a lot of mountains. And of course, in the ballad, we only have the narrator who, and the king and the spider exist only in our imagination. Here, the king becomes the protagonist. And as Professor Sridhar was just saying how in the translation he was quoting, I think Ambai and saying how it's very important to keep the boat from capsizing. Well, I think I've tried it, though it's an intermediate translation. but the adventurism of the actor in me wants the boat to be capsized. So much of it is the greed of the actor rather than, so it's not really a loyal translation. And one last thing, I wanted to dethrone King Bruce because I believe that a king, you know, the concept of the king is outdated and so on. But leaders today of so-called democracy, is, their versa. And I thought this is a poor old king who wants to do something good for his people. Let him. Let him. I want to thank a few people. Samantha, who's she's not here, but who usually directs me. She wasn't here, so I couldn't perform. I'm just going to do a performative reading. And my friend Sneha initially wanted to do it as a play, but then some things came up and we couldn't. I also want to thank my roommate for Ubbas for listening to a couple of my rehearsals.
மலநாட்டு தேசத்தாயே மலநாட்டு தேசத்தாயே ராஜனாக ஆடு வந்த ராஜாதி ராஜனாக வீராதி வீரனாக மலநாட்டு தேசத்தாயே ராஜனாக ஆடு வந்த ராஜாதி ராஜனாக வீராதி வீரனாக மலநாட்டு தேசத்தாய் ராஜனாக ஆடு வந்த ராஜாதி ராஜனாக வீராதி வீரனாக மலநாட்டிலே ராஜாதி ராஜனாக ஆண்டு வந்ததால் என் பிரஜைகளுக்கு நல்லது செய்ய வேண்டும் என எண்ணியிருந்தேன். பயிர்கள் செழிக்க மாறி பொழிய களஞ்சியம் ஓங்கவே சமத்துவம் நிலைக்க சாதி மத பேதங்கள் ஒழியவே வேண்டுமென எண்ணியிருந்தேன். இத்தனையும் நடந்தேறி என் நாட்டு மக்கள் சீரும் சிறப்புமாய் வாழ வேண்டும் என எண்ணியிருந்தேன். இவை அனைத்தையும் செய்து முடிக்க முயற்சியும் செய்தேன். ஆனால் எத்தனை துணிந்தும் முடியவில்லை, எத்தனை துணிந்தும் முடியவில்லை. துணிந்தேன் துணிந்தேன் தினம் தினம் துணிந்தேன், நான் துணிந்தேன் துணிந்தேன் தினம் தினம் துணிந்தேன். எத்தனை துணிந்தும் முடியவில்லை, நான் எத்தனை துணிந்தும் முடியவில்லை. சங்கடமடைந்தேன், மனம் நொந்து போனேன். மக்களிடம் முகம் காட்ட முடியாமல் ஓடினேன், ஒழித்தேன், வருந்தினேன். எத்தனை துணிந்தும் முடியவில்லை. அவ்வளவுதான். இனி வாழ்ந்த என்ன பயன், ஆழ்ந்த என்ன பயன்? சிலந்தி ஒன்று மேலிருந்து கீழே விழுந்தது, கீழிருந்து அச்சிலந்தி மேலே எப்படி செல்லும்? பாருங்க, மாட மாளிகை உச்சியில் இருந்து தொப்பென கீழே விழுந்த சிலந்தியை பாருங்க, எப்படி மேலே செல்லும்? மேலே ஏற முயற்சி. கிட்டத்தட்ட உச்சி வரை சென்று மறுபடியும் கீழே விழுந்துவிட்டது. மறுபடியும் முயற்சி. மறுபடியும் கீழே விழுந்துவிட்டது. குடு குடு குடு வேற குடு குடு குடு வேற சடு குடு குடு வேற குடு குடு குடு வேற சடு குடு குடு வேற சடு குடு குடு குடு குடு குடு வேற மேலே ஓடும் சிறுத்தை பாருங்கள் குடு குடு குடு வேற சடு குடு குடு வேற குடு குடு குடு குடு குடு குடு வேற மேலே ஓடும் சிறுத்தை பாருங்கள் மறுபடியும் நின்று நின்று மூச்சிரைத்து நிதானமாய் மேலே ஓடும் சிறுத்தை பாருங்கள் 14 முறை ஏறி முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இனியும் இனியும் மேலே ஏறாது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இது இனியும் இனியும் மேலே ஏறாது 7 முறை ஏறி விழுந்து ஒழிந்த இது 7 முறை ஏறி விழுந்து ஒழிந்த இது இனியும் இனியும் மேலே ஏறாது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி இது இனியும் இனியும் மேலே ஏறாது முட்டாச்சிலந்தி மறுபடியும் ஏறுங்க நின்று நின்று மூச்சு வைத்து மீண்டும் மீண்டும் நிதானமாய் மேலே ஏறிய சிறுத்தை பாருங்கள் அற்புதம் அற்புதம் அற்புதம் மேலே ஏறிட்டது பாடிய முயற்சி சிறுத்தையின் முயற்சி வாடியவே பாடிய சிறுந்தி பாடிய முயற்சி சிறுந்தையின் முயற்சி வாடியவே இவ்வளவு சின்ன சிறுந்தி விழுந்து எழுந்து முயற்சி பண்ணுதுன்னா எனக்கு என்ன கேள்வி துணிவேன் தினம் தினம் துணிவேன் நான் தினம் துணிவேன் நான் எல்லாரும் துணிவேன் சிலந்தியை போல நான் துணிவேன் சிலந்தியை போல துணிந்தேன் அனைத்தும் நடந்தேன் ஆஹா பயிர்கள் செழிக்குது ஆஹா மாறி பொழியுது ஆஹா களஞ்சியம் ஓங்குது ஆஹா சமத்துவம் நிலைக்குது ஆஹா சாதி மத வேதங்கள் ஒழியுது தெய்வத்தால் ஆளாதெனினும் முயற்சி தன் மெய்வருத்த கூலி தரும் மலராய் வீரனாக வந்த ராஜாதிராஜனாக வீராதி வீரனாக தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you so much for that engaging and thoughtful performance. Your adaptation beautifully brought life to the spider and the king. So showing how a story can be transformed for the stage while honoring its original spirit. Since I am Tamil, I really engaged and enjoyed the poem. Thank you so much. And moving forward, we have Jahani Bandel from the Department of Hispanic and Italian Studies, who will share the experience in translating King Bruce and the spider from English to Italian. Let's welcome her.
Good evening, everyone. Respected professors and my friends, let me introduce myself first. I am Jhanvi Bandel from BA Italian, third year. In the Department of Hispanic and Italian Studies. First of all, I would like to thank my professors, Dr. Kumila ma'am, and all my Italian professors for giving me this golden opportunity to present my interlingual translation here. So, I have done interlingual translation of this English poem
King Bruce and the Spider by Elizabeth Hu. So now I'm gonna present. So here I have made three columns. The first one is the original poem. The second one is the literal translation, focused on accuracy and the exact meaning, but it's not lyrical and it's not having that musicality. For me, it's a bit of cacophony. The third column is the creative translation, focused on rhythm and emotion. Let's come to the first. Okay, so let's come to the title first. King Bruce and the Spider. The direct Italian translation of the title is Re Bruce e il Ragno. This is what we call literal translation. But if it comes to the creative translation, as a translator, I have the liberty to do the transcreation. So I titled this poem The Web of Victory. In Italian, we can say La Tela della Vittoria. So the stanza one, King Bruce of the Scotland flung himself down in a lonely wood to think this true he was monarch and wore a crown, but his heart was beginning to sing. The literal translation will be Riduce di Scozia si buttò giù in uno stato d'animo solitario per riflettere. È vero che era una monarca e portava una corona, ma il suo cuore cominciava a abbattersi. Here, the poet used the word TIS instead of it is. Basically, it's a form of archaic writing to achieve a certain rhythm. In semantic translation, this avero, this means it is in Italian. But let's come to the creative translation. Riduce di Scozia si buttò giù nel silenzio del suo pensiero. Era un monarca si quest ave, ma il cuore gli pesava sincero. So, in semantic translation, it is in Italian, but in creative translation, I wrote questo è, which means this is. This shows as a translator, I have my liberty to experiment with this, but I'll make sure that the meaning doesn't change. So now the second slide, that is second stanza, what he had been trying to do a great deed to make his people glad. He had tried and tried but couldn't succeed, so became quite sad. The semantic translation will be aveva cercato di compiere una grande impresa per rendere felice il suo popolo. Aveva provato e riprovato, ma non era riuscito e così divenne molto triste. So in the literal translation, I kept aveva. Basically, aveva is an infinitive, so I kept it like aveva cercato di compiere una grande impresa. A direct equivalent of had been trying to do a great deed. But if it comes to creative, cercavo un'impresa, un gesto fedele per dare ai suoi sudditi onori. Provo e ricordo, ma nulla hanno e in viso si fece d'amore. Here, in creative translation, I use voleva compiere grande honor, where honor adds poetic elevation of honor and soft rhyme with amor. Here, I experimented with poetic compression, removing the auxiliary aveva to keep rhythm while retaining the same sense of continuous effort. Thus, I reshaped the syntax for lyrical smoothness. So, there are 14 stanzas and we are running out of time. So I'd like to stop myself there. And what I analyzed, since so while translating this poem, with like what I analyzed is without emotions, without poetic translations, that texts are whispered. Since Google Translator, I use that, is a part of machine translator, right? So if the human emotions are integrated with machine translation, the resulting phenomenon would be termed trafficking. This journey realized me that every translator is both a bridge and a creator, faithful to the original, yet free to give it new life. Like King Bruce and the spider, I also learned the patience and courage that are essential in both poetry and translation. I am stopping my words here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jahanvi Banardan, for exploring both semantic and creative translation, showing how translator can both faithful to the bridge and creative force carrying emotion, cultural features across the languages. We now invite Mohammed Huwais, research scholar from the Department of Arabic Studies, to present his Arabic translation of the King, Bruce and the Spider to show how translation can convey the poem's emotion, meaning and moral in Arabic. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Mohammed Huwais from Department of Arabic Studies. I have translated this poem in the form of prose, not in the form of poem, as I am not a poet, but provided a literal back translation as well. So let me start. And I have transcreated not only translation. That's why maybe sometimes I have added some extra words as well. ألقى الملك بروس ملك اسكتلندا بنفسه على الأرض وكان يفكر وحيدا غارقا في همومه رغم أنه كان ملكا متوجا إلا أن قلبه بدأ يضعف ويميل إلى اليأس فقد كان يحاول إنجاز عمل عظيم ليسعد به شعبه لقد حاول مرارا وتكرارا لكنه لم ينجح ولذلك غلبه الحزن الشديد جلس في يأس شديد وكان حزينا إلى أقصى ما يمكن للإنسان أن يكون وبعد فترة من التفكير والتأمل قال سأتخلى عن الأمر كله الآن وفي تلك اللحظة بالضبط هبطت عنكبوت بخيطه الحريري وشبكة بيته فتوقف الملك عن التفكير ما الذي ستفعله العنكبوت كان السقف عاليا جدا والخيط الذي تتدلى به رقيقا ولم يعرف الملك كيف يمكنها أن تصل إلى بيتها في الأعلى سرعان ما بدأت تتسلق وتتشبث مستقيما إلى الأعلى بجهد قوي لكنها انزلقت وسقطت فجأة إلى أسفل كما بدأت من جديد ثم عادت لتصعد مرة أخرى بلا توقف من دون أن تظهر أي شكوى لكنها سقطت مرة أخرى أدنى مما كانت وبدت مترنحة ومتعبة ثم استعادت توازنها وصعدت من جديد وصعدت مسافة نصف ذراع أو يزيد وكان عليها أن تمشي على خيط رقيق للغاية وطريق يرهق أقدامها الصغيرة سقطت مرة أخرى وظلت متدلية لكنها عادت سريعا لتصعد وهكذا صعودا وهبوطا تارة بسرعة وتارة ببطء حتى بلغت محاولاتها 9 مرات شجاعة ليحاول بعد الآن فقال الملك يا لهذا الكائن الغريب لن يحاول بعد الآن يتعب ويكد ليسعد ويتشبث ثم يسقط كل أوانه لكن الحشرة حاولت الصعود مرة أخرى يا لها من لحظة مثيرة للقلق لم يعد يفصله عن باب بيته الشبكي سوى قدم واحدة يا ترى هل ستفشل أم ستنجح واصلت الصعود بثبات شبرا حتى صعدت أكثر فأكثر وفي اندفاعة جلية في اللحظة الأخيرة نجحت في دخول بيتها صاح الملك أحسنت أشرف كله لمن يحابب لقد أحدت العنكبوت اليأس هناك وانتصرت هي فلماذا لا أنجح أنا أيضا عقد بروس ملك اسكتلندا عزيمته وتروي الحكايات ما جرى إنه حاول مرة أخرى كما حاول من قبل لكنه في هذه المرة لم يفشل بل نجح. فانتبهوا جيدا أيها القراء واحذروا من قول لا أستطيع، فهي كلمة جبان تقود صاحبها إلى الكسل والفشل والفقر، وكلما وجدتم قلوبكم يائسة من القيام بعمل نافع فرددوا هذا القول حاملا بشجاعة وتذكروا قصة العنكبوت والملك.
Thank you, Muhammad Moise, for sharing your insightful Arabic translation. Now let's welcome Sumitra Dahaya, PhD scholar from Chandra Devi University, who has translated King Moose and the Spider into Hindi version. So before we move on, I would like to share a brief note. So the original presenters of the upcoming translations are from other universities. Unfortunately, they could not be physically present with us today. Therefore, their translation will be presented on behalf of them by research scholars from the Department of Translation Studies. Accordingly, I would like to invite Anand Sunil on behalf of Pooja Vishwanath, student in University of Kerala, who has transformed King Moose and the Spider into Malayalam film. Let's welcome Anand Sunil.
Hello. Okay, so this is a story here. It's a short story here. I'll read it out in Malayalam. ചിലന്തി പഠിപ്പിച്ച പാഠം. പണ്ട് വളരെ നാളുകൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് റോബർട്ട് ബ്രൂസ് എന്ന പേരായ ഒരു രാജാവ് സ്കോട്ട്ലൻഡ് ഭരിച്ചിരുന്നു. തന്റെ രാജ്യത്തെ പൗരന്മാർക്ക് വേണ്ടി അദ്ദേഹം ധീരതയോടെ അനേകം യുദ്ധങ്ങളിൽ പങ്കെടുത്തിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ അവയെല്ലാം പരാജയത്തിൽ കലാശിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ അദ്ദേഹം സങ്കടത്തിലാണ്. താൻ കിരീടം വെച്ചവനാണെങ്കിലും ഗുണമില്ലാത്തവനാണെന്ന ചിന്ത അവനെ വേട്ടയാടി. അങ്ങനെ ഒറ്റയ്ക്കിരുന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം ചിന്തയിൽ ആണ് ഈ വയ്യ എല്ലാം ഉപേക്ഷിക്കാം. ഈ വിഷയത്തിലാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ശ്രദ്ധ ഒരു ചിലന്തിയിലേക്ക് തിരിഞ്ഞത്. അതൊരു ബലനിർമ്മാണത്തിലായിരുന്നു. എന്നാൽ എന്തൊക്കെ ചെയ്തിട്ടും ആ പ്രവൃത്തി പൂർത്തിയാക്കാം അതിനാൽ കഴിയുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. രാജാവ് ആകാംക്ഷയോടെ അതിനെ വീക്ഷിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഇനിയും അത് ശ്രമിക്കുമോ, നിർത്തിപ്പോകുമോ? അതീവ ശ്രദ്ധയോടെ രാജാവ് നിരീക്ഷിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ ചെന്ന് തന്റെ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിലാണ് ഓരോ വട്ടം ശ്രമിക്കുമ്പോഴും അത് പരാജയപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചു പോവാതെ അത് ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരുന്നു. രാജാവ് ആലോചിച്ചു, തീർച്ചയായും ഇത് ഉപേക്ഷിക്കുക തന്നെ ചെയ്യും. എന്നാൽ അതിന്റെ 10ാം ശ്രമത്തിൽ അത് വിജയിക്കുക തന്നെ ചെയ്തു. പയ്യെ അത് തന്റെ സ്വപ്നമായ വല നിന്നു. അതിനെ അതിശയിച്ച രാജാവ് സ്വയം ചിന്തിച്ചു, എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്കിത് പറ്റില്ല? അങ്ങനെ അന്ന് നാം ഇന്നറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ധീരനായ രാജാവിന്റെ ജന്മം. ഗുണപാഠം: പരിശ്രമിച്ചാൽ വിജയം ഉറപ്പ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, Anand Sunil, presenting the thoughtful Malayalam adaptation by Pooja Vishwanath. Now, I would like to invite Pragya Singh, PhD scholar from the Department of Translation Studies, who has translated King Moose and the Spider into Magadhi. Let's welcome Pragya Singh.
Good evening, everyone. For those who do not know, Magdi is a language which is spoken in Bihar, and I belong to that region. And this is for the first time that I'm doing anything in Magdi, so I'm quite excited. The title of the poem is Scotland के राजा अमकड़ी. स्कॉटलैंड के राजा अपना आप एकदम अकेला करके सोच हल्की भल. सच है कि एगो राजा हल्की ना उनकर माथा का मुकुट भी हलन, बाकी उनकर कलेजा एकदम डूबल जा रही. अब काहे कि वो अपन प्रजा के खुश करे ले बड़का काम करे के प्रयास कर रहलखिन हल, बाकी सब प्रयास फेल होए के बाद भी उनका फल नहीं मिला. से वो बड़ी दुखी हो गई थी. बड़ी दुख में डूब गई थी, इतना जितना कि एगो प्रजा के लोग डूब जाए. थोड़े देर विचारला के बाद वो अचानक बिलबिला गई थी. अब हमरा से कुछ नहीं होते, अब हम कुछ नहीं कर रहे, अब हम सब छोड़ देंगे. तभी एगो रेशमी ताला से लटकल एगो मकड़ी अगुआ से नीचे गिरले. अब राजा चिंता त्याग के वो मकड़िया देखो लगलखिन. अब आगे मकड़िया की करते. छठवा गुंबदवा बहुत ऊंचा है. अब मकड़िया एकदम से I'm not able to read my own handwriting. छठवा गुंबदवा एकदम ऊपर है. अब मकड़िया एकदम से वो है एकदम मेही ताला से लटकर निकले. राजा के बुझाइए रहले है कि मकड़िया अपन जलिया वाला घरवा में जेते कैसे. जल्दी मकड़िया तगवा से लटक के बड़ी मेहनत से ऊपर तने चढ़ल शुरू कर दिलके. बाकी वो फिर से फिसल के नीचे गिर जा वाले हल. मकड़िया एको सेकंड रुकबे नहीं के, एको सेकंड बिना रुकले फिर से ऊपर चढ़ले. खिसियले फिर गिर गए, नीचे से ऊपर, ऊपर से नीचे. फिर मकड़िया उठ के सीधा चढ़ल शुरू कर दिलके. अब पहले से आधा बित्ता भर जाए उतना ऊपर चढ़ जाए, तब इतना जबकि रसिया एकदम मुलायम और चिकन है, थोड़े देर ऊपर चढ़े और फिर से गिर जाए. फिर से सर जाए और नीचा. बाकी फिर से ऊपर चढ़े तेजी से, ऊपर नीचे, कभी तेजी कभी धीरे. राजा गिनलखिन कि 9 बार प्रयास करके मकड़िया ऊपर चढ़ ले. राजा मने मन कहलखिन अब की बकलोल मकड़िया थोड़े कोशिश करते दोबारा चढ़ेगे. फिर चढ़ने की कोशिश करके अब फिर ससरिए जा रहे हैं. बाकी यो जबरदस्त कीड़ा निकल रहे. फिर से एक प्रयास करके अरे तोरी गई तो एकदम सांस सुखवाने वाला समय है. अब मकड़ी अपन जलवा कैसे घुसते है. 1 फुट दूरी मरे. जितने की हाथ चलते लगातार धीरे धीरे इंच प्रयास करके आधा इंच प्रयास करके मकड़िया चढ़ते गए. अंत में एगो छलांग घुमच के बस मकड़िया अपन मन के जगह पर पहुंच गए. वाह शाबाश. राजा खुश होकर कहलखिन सारा मान ओकरे जो कोशिश करे ई मामूली मकड़ी जब निराशा के हरा सको है अजीत सको है तो हम कहेंगे ई तरह से स्कॉटलैंड के राजा अपन मन के तैयार कईथिन कहानी के अंत में ई तरह से स्कॉटलैंड के राजा अपन मन के तैयार कईथिन कहानी में ई कहल गए हैं कि राजा फिर से अपन पूरा मन से प्रयास कईथिन जैसे पहले करवलखिन और उनका सफलता मिल रही। कहानी पढ़ने वाला लोग पूरा ध्यान से पढ़िएगा हमरा से नहीं होता है ये एकदम नहीं करेगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Pradya, for presenting Magadhi translation. Your version brought a unique charm to the poem as you are. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Abhishek Anand on behalf of Sonila Kumari, PhD scholar from Banaras Hindu University, who approached the poem with a highly imaginative translation in Bhojpuri. Let's welcome.
So the translation is in Bhojpuri. मकड़ी के जाल में ऐसा फंसली ना कि कब करिया से बाहर उजरा गई तनको अपना आभास बना। एमे तनको संदेह नहीं है कि देवी दुर्गा के देवल सब कुछ होगा। असत खेलत परिवार बा, खेत बाड़ी इतना बा कि मानो 7 पुस्तन भी गोर में तेल ला के ऐसा खइले तब कुछ कमी ना होई। पहले के महीना में जब हमर गौना हो गई तब से लेकर अब तक अपन पूरा जिम्मेदारी निष्ठा से निभाई। दुनिया में भैंसी के चारा से रौदा में सास के पैर दबाने से रात में पति के बिछौना के सूख कर पता ही न चला कैसे मकड़ी के जाल में के चक्रव्यूह में फंसते गई और का हम पूरी तरह से फंस गई। सबके कुछ करत करत कब अपन खुशी के लम्हा के मकड़ी के नया जाल होने के चक्कर में गला घोट देनी तब को पता न चला। सबका के जैसे हम के केकरो से बताई कैसे कहनी केकरा से कहनी ओकरा साथ लगन आंखों से अपन सपना सजौले रहनी। जब सपना सकारे के बारी आई तो हम समाज के बनल मकड़ी के जाल में फंस गए। आजो याद बा कैसे वो पूछ के ठंडी में शहर जाए वाला रास्ता पर हमार रात जोतले रही सोचले हुई कि हम बेवफा निकल गए। आजो अर्धा बाद ओकरा देखनी तो एहसास हो तो मकड़ी के जाल बा फंस के जिंदगी बनौनी या बिगड़नी लेकिन उल्टा अभी हुए बा जैसे ओकरा छोड़ले रहे। आजू सब मकड़ी के जाल के आजू ओकरा पीछे पीछे छोड़ दे कहाँ कैसे था ना बा लेकिन उम्मीद बाकी प्रेम के कोनो जाल कहियो ना बांध पाए ना कहियो बांध पाए। कुछ दूरी पर हमारा लागल कि जैसा हमारा आँख के सामने सब करिया होता दूर से पकड़ पकड़ के आवाज आ होता। ज्यादा याद नहीं के लेकिन ये बात के खुशी बा कि अंतिम साल समोकरा दे दे। इस जन्म में हमर ओकर प्रेसी ही सही लेकिन अगला जन्म में ओकर कन्या के रूप में जन्म है। समाज के जाल में हम फंसनी तो सही लेकिन हमर प्रेम के मकड़ी के जाल में फंसा न पाइल। इतिहास भले हमारा याद रखे चाहे न रखे लेकिन हम प्रेम के जरूर याद रखे चाहे।
Thank you for reinterpreting the translation of Sonali Kumari. As we are near the end of the session, now I invite Madhurima from the Department of Translation Studies on behalf of Disha Sarkar, MA student from the Presidential University Kolkata, who has reinterpreted Cream, Bruce and the Spider in Bengali version. Let's welcome Madhurima.
স্কটল্যান্ড দেশের রাজার পূর্ণ মুকুট আকাশে কালো মেঘ গর্জায় যেন মানুষের আর্তনাদ ইংরেজদের বিজয়ধ্বনি মৃত্যুর দূতের অট্টহাসি গৃহ ছাড়া রাজার মনে আশার মাস নতুন সূর্য আনে নতুন প্রচেষ্টা শত শত সূর্যোদয় দেয় শত শত আশা সূর্য ডোবে উদাস রাজার মুকুট টলমল অবশেষে আজ বৃষ্টি এসে ভাসিয়ে দিল ধারা রাজা কাঁদলেন আমি পারবো না ঘন বাদল নাচে স্কটল্যান্ড দেশের আকাশে, এবার আমি মানি হার, হার মানি, হার মানি। রাজার চিন্তা ভঙ্গ করে এক ক্ষুদ্র মাকড়সা। নীরব প্রহরী চড়ছে তার নিজের বোনা জাল। সে পড়ল বেয়ে মাটির কাছে, তবু মানে না হার। হাজার সংশয় মাথায় নিয়ে সাক্ষাৎ রাজাও তার গৃহ ফেরতের। আঁকড়ে ধরে জালে উঠে চলেছে জীবন্ত এক প্রেম। এক পা এগিয়ে আর দু পা পিছিয়ে পড়ল সে গভীর মাটিতে। মাথা ছমছম, পা টলমল, ঘুরে চলেছে পৃথিবী। স্থির হয়ে সে উঠল যখন, পরাজয়ের শিকল ভাঙল সে। শেষ নেই তার চেষ্টার, অসীম তার ধৈর্য। মাথা মোড়ানো সকল গাছ তার ফেরতের অপেক্ষায়। গুটি গুটি পায়ে সে আবার এগিয়ে যায়। ধপ করে পড়ল আবার, চেপে ধরে সূক্ষ্ম জাল। সময়ের কাছে না হয়ে নত, শীঘ্রই রওনা দিল ঘরের উদ্দেশ্যে। দ্রুত ধীরে উপরে নিচে রাজা বললেন, 9টি ব্যর্থ যুদ্ধ চড়েই চলেছে ঊর্ধ্বশ্বাসে। রাজা গাইলেন, আহা তুই পারবি না ঘর ফিরতে, এতবার করছিস, ধরছিস, পড়ছিস, মুখ করে ছেড়ে দে এবার হাল। আবার এক নতুন চেষ্টা। রাজা খুশির চিন্তায় পড়ল কপালে ভাঁজ। শুধু আরেকটু রাস্তা বাকি। অস্থির রাজা প্রশ্ন করেন, সে কি পারবে তার বাসায় ফিরতে, বিজয়ের গান গাইতে, নাকি সে কেবল ঝুলবে অনন্তকাল ধরে। মৃত্যু আসন্ন, পরাজয় বিলম্বিত। অমর ভাবে উঠছে, উঠেই চলেছে এবারে ঝড়ের গতিতে, যেন এক বীর যোদ্ধা। অবশেষে চৌকাঠ পেরোল ক্লান্ত পথিক। সাবাস, চমৎকার, খুব গৌরবশীল সকলে যারা করে চেষ্টা, মানে না হার। হতাশা এড়িয়ে যদি পারে যেতে এক ক্ষুদ্র মাকড়সা, পারবো না কেন আমি। শক্ত করে মন, যদিও লোকমুখে চলে চর্চা বিশাল। সাফল্যের পথে পাড়ি দিল আবার, এবং বাজলো এইভাবে বিজয়ের শঙ্খ। হে পাঠকগণ, মনে রেখো, আমি পারবো না হলো কাপুরুষতার লক্ষণ। ছিলে ফেলে প্রশ্নতার পতনের মুখে, নিয়ে যাবে চলে যা আলস্যে মূর্খতায় অভাব চাহিদার আধরে। সুকর্ম যদি দেয় শুধুই নিরাশা, ভারাক্রান্ত করে মন, করো ফের বিবেচনা, লড়ো আবার জীবন যুদ্ধ। স্মরণ করে রাজা ও মাকড়সা। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you, Madhurima, for representing Bengali version of the poem. So, at the end of the session, we can observe that every presentation is a voice of unity in diversity. So, thank you very much to all our presenters for their multiple and multilingual translations and interpretation of the poem King, Bruce and the Spider. All the performers have beautifully demonstrated how translation is not merely linguistic transfer, but an act of cultural and artistic diversities and recreations. Therefore, let's celebrate translation as both an academic discipline and a creative force that unites the world through language. Once again, thank you very much.
We will distribute the certificates now, so please take.
Chief Sagar, Anand Sunil, Janvi Badwa, Vasini Dhuna Kesar, Dhuna Sek. Anthony Samuel Sam. Harinath Jaiswal.
Excuse me.
Nayan. Mohammed Uwais. Riyale. Dipesh and Sonal. Mohammed Boys. Dipesh. Shivani. Sumitra Dahiya. Sumitra Dahiya. Rohit.
This is organized.
Sabah. Ajay. Nandu. AK Nandivardan. Priyani. Nandivardan.
Thank you very much. Meeting, thank you, our patient. Thank you. We can have a group photo.